Story 50 Winters Later. My name is Michael. I am an old man now. My hair is white, like snow on a cold winter day. My hands are not strong anymore. They are thin and have many lines. I look at my hands and I remember when they were young. I remember when they were strong. Now they shake a little when I hold a cup. I live alone in a small apartment. The apartment is quiet. It is always too quiet. I have a window in my living room. I sit in my chair by the window for many hours every day. I watch the cars pass on the street. I watch the people walk by. They are busy. They have places to go. I do not have many places to go now. My world is this small room. My world is this chair. And my world is my memories. My memories are very big. They are bigger than my room. They are full of people and places from long ago. The doctor told me I do not have much time left. He said it with a kind voice, but the words were heavy. The words were like stones. I felt them in my heart. Time. I have a little time. What do I do with this time? I thought about this question every day. I thought about it every night. The answer was always the same. There was one thing I needed to do. There was one person I needed to see. Her name is Emily. I say her name softly in my quiet room. Emily. The name is like a small bird in my heart. It has been there for 50 years. 50 long years. 50 winters. 50 springs. She was my first love. She was my only true love. I was young and foolish. I was 17 years old. She was 17 years old too. We had so many dreams. Our dreams were big and bright, like the summer sky. But I made a mistake. A very big mistake. I left. I went to another town. I promised I would write. I promised I would come back. I did not write. I did not come back. Life happened. Life pulled me away. I was scared. I was proud. And then it was too late. I thought it was too late. So many years passed. Like leaves falling from a tree, the years fell one by one. And now I am at the end of my life. And the biggest thing in my heart is this regret. The regret is a heavy coat. I wear it every day. I want to take this coat off before I go. I must try. I must do something. So today I made a decision. It is a big decision. It is the last big decision of my life. I will find her. I will go back. I do not know if she is still there. I do not know if she is alive. I do not know if she is married. I do not know if she remembers me. My heart is full of questions. But I have a small hope. A very small hope. It is like a tiny candle in a dark room. This hope tells me to try. So I will try. I have an old wooden box. The box is dark brown. It is not very big. I keep my important things in this box. Things from my past. I open the box slowly. The wood makes a small sound. Inside there are some old photos. There is a small watch that does not work. And there is a letter. The paper is yellow now. The ink is faded. It is a letter I wrote to Emily 50 years ago. I wrote it, but I never sent it. I was a coward. I was afraid. I take the letter out. My hands are shaking. I read my own words. The words of a young boy. A boy full of promises. I fold the letter and put it back. That letter is from the past. I need to write a new letter. A letter from the old man I am today. I go to my small desk. The desk is made of wood. It is old like me. I find a piece of paper. It is a clean white paper. It looks so new. I find a pen. The pen is black. I hold the pen in my hand. My hand is not steady. What do I write? What can I say after 50 years of silence? My heart is beating fast. I feel like a young boy again. I am nervous. I take a deep breath, a very deep breath, and then I begin to write. I write her name first, Emily. The pen moves slowly on the paper. I write that I hope she remembers me. I write that I never forgot her. I tell her my heart has been quiet for a very long time. I tell her that I think about her every day. I do not write about being sick. I do not want her to feel sad. I only write about my feelings for her. I write that I am coming back. I write that I hope it is not too late. The words are simple, but they are true. They are the truest words I have written in my whole life. When I finish, I sign my name. Michael. Just Michael. I read the letter one more time. The words look small on the big white page. I fold the paper carefully. I put it in a clean envelope. I write her old address on the envelope. I hope she still lives there. It is a big hope. Feels like a prayer. I feel a little better. I feel like I have done something important. But there is more. I think about what she loved. She loved books. She loved poems. We had a special book. It was a book of poems. We used to read it together under a big oak tree. The tree was at our school. I still have that book. I have carried it with me everywhere. I moved many times in my life. I lost many things, but I never lost that book. I go to my small bookshelf. The bookshelf has only a few books. I see it there. The cover is blue. It is old and soft. I take the book in my hands. I open it. The pages are yellow. They smell like old paper and time. I remember her voice when she read the poems. Her voice was like music. I find a small piece of paper. I write a short note. The note says, "This book always made me think of you. I hope it still does." I do not sign my name this time. I think she will know. She will know it is from me. I put the note inside the book. I find a small box. I put the book inside the box. I close the box and I wrap it carefully. Now I have a letter and a box. These are my messages to the past. These are my hopes for the future. The next morning I wake up early. The sun is not in the sky yet. The world is quiet. I feel a little stronger today. I have a purpose. This feeling is good. It is a feeling I have not had for a long time. I get dressed slowly. I put on my brown coat. The coat is warm. I take the letter and the box. I hold them in my hands. They feel heavy. They feel important. I walk out of my apartment. The air is cold on my face. I walk to the post office. The post office is not far. It is a 10-minute walk. I walk slowly. My legs are not strong. Every step feels like a big effort. But I keep walking. I think about Emily with every step. I arrive at the post office. It is a small building. It is made of brick. I go inside. A woman is behind the counter. She has kind eyes. She smiles at me. "Good morning," she says. I say, "Good morning." My voice is quiet. I put the letter and the box on the counter. "I want to send these," I say. She looks at the address on the envelope. She weighs the box. She tells me how much it costs. I take out my wallet. My hands are shaking again. I give her the money. She puts stamps on the letter and the box. Beautiful stamps with flowers on them. "They will arrive in a few days," she says. I say, "Thank you." I watch her put my letter and my box in a big bag with other mail. And then it is done. My message is on its way. My hope is traveling. I walk out of the post office. The sun is rising now. The sky is orange and pink. It is a beautiful morning. I feel very tired, but I also feel a little peace. a small piece of peace in my heart. Now all I can do is wait. Waiting is hard. It is the hardest part. I go back to my apartment. I sit in my chair by the window. The room feels the same, but something is different. I am different. Before I was waiting for the end. Now I am waiting for an answer. I am waiting for Emily. The days pass very slowly. One day feels like a week. A week feels like a year. Every time the phone rings, my heart jumps. But it is never for me. It is always a wrong number. I check my mailbox every day. I walk down the stairs to the lobby. I open my small metal mailbox. My hands are always a little sweaty. I look inside. There are only bills. There are only advertisements. There is never a letter for me. A letter from Emily. I feel a little sad each time. But my small hope is still there. It is still a small candle. The flame is small, but it is still burning. During these days of waiting, I think about her all the time. I close my eyes and I remember everything. I remember her smile. Her smile was like the sun. It made everything warm. I remember her eyes. Her eyes were brown and full of life. I remember her laugh. Her laugh was the best sound in the world. I remember our walks after school. We walked under the big trees. The leaves were green in the spring and yellow in the autumn. We talked about everything. We talked about our dreams. She wanted to be a teacher. I wanted to be a writer. We held hands. Her hand was small and warm in my big hand. I remember the big oak tree. It was our special place. We sat under the tree for hours. We read poems from the blue book. I gave her my first poem there. I was so nervous. My hands were shaking. She read it and she smiled. That smile was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. I remember our last day. It was a sad day. The sky was gray. I told her I had to leave. I told her my family was moving. I saw the sadness in her eyes. It was like a cloud covering the sun. I promised I would come back. I will wait for you, she said. Her voice was a whisper. I never came back. Why? I ask myself this question every day. Why did I break my promise? Life was hard in the new town. I had to work. My family needed money. I was busy. I was tired. I wrote letters to her. Many letters. But I never sent them. I put them in the wooden box. I was afraid. I was afraid that she had forgotten me. I was afraid that she had found someone new. And then 1 year passed. Then 2 years passed. The silence between us grew bigger and bigger. It became a big wall. I did not know how to break the wall. So I did nothing. And I lost her. I lost the best part of my life. These memories are painful. They bring tears to my eyes. I am an old man, and I sit in my chair and I cry. I cry for the young boy I was. I cry for the love I lost. I cry for the 50 years of silence. But now I have sent the letter. I have sent the book. Maybe, just maybe, I can fix a small part of my mistake. Maybe I can say I am sorry. That is all I want. I want to look in her eyes one more time and say, I am sorry. 3 days pass. Then 4 days. It has been a week now. My hope is getting smaller. The candle flame is very small now. Maybe the address was wrong. Maybe she moved away a long time ago. Maybe she does not want to talk to me. Many thoughts go through my mind. They are like dark clouds. I feel the old sadness coming back. The quiet in my room feels heavy again. I look out the window. The world keeps moving. But my world has stopped. I am just sitting here, waiting. Then, one afternoon, I decide I cannot wait anymore. Waiting is too hard. I am running out of time. My body feels weaker every day. I have to go. I have to see for myself. I cannot live my last days in this room, just waiting. I need to know. I need to see her house one more time. Even if she is not there, I need to see the place where our story began. So I make another decision. I will go back to my old town. I will go tomorrow. This decision gives me energy. The hope comes back a little. It is not a bright hope, but it is enough. It is enough to make me stand up. It is enough to make me pack a bag. I find a small bag. It is old and made of brown leather. What do I pack for a journey to the past? I pack a clean shirt. I pack a warm sweater. I pack my medicine. The doctor said I must take my medicine every day. I pack the old wooden box. The box with the unsent letters. I do not know why I am taking it, but it feels important. Feels like a part of my story. Feels like a part of me. I do not have much. My life fits in this one small bag. That night I do not sleep well. My mind is full of thoughts. I think about Emily. What does she look like now? Is her hair white like mine? Does she still smile like the sun? Or is her smile gone? I am afraid. I am very afraid. I am afraid of what I will find. But I am more afraid of not going. I am more afraid of dying with this big regret in my heart. So, in the morning I will go. I will take a bus. The journey will be long. I will be tired. But I will go. I have to go. For the young boy who made a promise. And for the old man who wants to find peace. The morning comes. It is a gray morning. The sky is full of clouds. It looks like it might rain. I put on my coat. I pick up my small bag. The bag feels heavy in my hand. I look around my small apartment one last time. It has been my home for many years, but it has never felt like a home. It has only been a place to wait. I close the door behind me. I lock it. I walk down the stairs, and I do not look back. My journey has begun. My journey back to Emily. The bus station is busy. There are many people going to different places. They are all starting a journey. I feel a little lost in the crowd. I am an old man moving slowly. I buy my ticket. The ticket is a small piece of paper. It is my ticket to the past. The bus is big and blue. I find a seat by the window. I sit down. The seat is a little uncomfortable, but it is okay. I put my bag on the seat next to me. The bus starts to move. It moves slowly at first and then it goes faster. My town gets smaller and smaller behind me. I am leaving my quiet room. I am leaving my lonely life. I am going towards something unknown. My heart is beating a mix of fear and hope. I look out the window. The world passes by. I see trees and fields. I see small towns. I see houses with smoke coming from the chimneys. I wonder who lives in those houses. Are they happy? Do they have regrets? The bus ride is long. Takes many hours. I close my eyes and I try to rest. But my mind is too busy. It is full of memories. I see Emily's face so clearly. We are sitting under the oak tree. The sun is warm on our skin. She is reading a poem. Her voice is soft. I feel a tear on my cheek. I wipe it away with my old hand. I do not want anyone to see me cry. After a very long time, the bus starts to slow down. I see a sign. The sign has the name of my old town on it. My heart starts to beat faster. I am here. After 50 years, I am finally back. The bus stops at a small station. The station looks old. I step off the bus. My legs feel weak. The air feels different here. It smells like home. It smells like my childhood. It smells like memory. I stand for a moment. I just breathe. I look around. The town has changed. There are new buildings. There are new shops. But some things are the same. The old cinema is still here, but it is closed now. The park is still here with the same big trees. I start walking. I do not need a map. My feet remember the way. My heart remembers the way. I walk down the old streets. Every corner holds a memory. Here is the corner where we used to buy ice cream. Here is the street where we walked home from school. My steps are slow. I am walking through my own past. It is a strange feeling. It is both happy and sad. Then I see her street. It is a quiet street with small houses and big trees. My heart is pounding in my chest. Feels like a drum. I am so close now. I walk down the street. I count the houses. 1, 2, 3. Her house was the fourth one. The one with the white fence. I see it. The house is still there. The fence is still white. There are flowers in the garden. Red flowers and yellow flowers. They are beautiful. The house looks peaceful. It looks like a happy home. I stop across the street. I stand under a big tree. I just look at the house. I am afraid to go closer. What if she is not there? What if a different family lives there now? What if she is there, but she does not want to see me? My fear is a big cold hand on my heart. I stand there for a long time, maybe 10 minutes, maybe 20 minutes. I do not know, cannot move. I am frozen. Then the front door of the house opens. A woman comes out. She has white hair. She moves slowly. She is holding a small watering can. She starts to water the flowers. My breath stops. It is her. It is Emily. She is older, of course. Her hair is white. Her back is a little bent. But it is her. I know it is her. I would know her anywhere. My heart feels like it is going to break. It is a feeling of joy and pain at the same time. Joy because she is alive. She is here. Pain because of all the lost years. All the years I was not here. All the years she watered these flowers alone. She finishes watering the flowers. She turns to go back inside. Now, it is now or never. My mind screams at me, go now, before you lose your courage. I take a deep breath, a very deep breath. I walk across the street. My legs are shaking so much. I feel like I will fall, but I keep walking. I open the small white gate. It makes a little sound. She hears it. She turns around. She looks at me. Her eyes open a little wider. She does not say anything. She just looks at me. Her face is full of questions. I walk up the small path to her door. I stop in front of her. We are only a few feet apart. We are separated by 50 years of silence. My voice is stuck in my throat. I try to speak, but no words come out. I look into her eyes. Her eyes are still the same kind, brown eyes. They are full of memory. I finally find my voice. It is a whisper, a broken whisper. Emily, I say. Her lips tremble. A small sound comes from her mouth. It is my name, Michael. And in that moment, the 50 years of silence disappear. The big wall between us crumbles and falls away. There are tears in her eyes. There are tears in my eyes too. We do not move. We do not speak. We just stand there. Two old people on a quiet porch, with a lifetime of unspoken words between us. She opens the door wider. She steps aside. It is an invitation to come in from the cold. I step inside her house. The house is warm. Smells like cinnamon and old books. Smells like home. A home I never had. She closes the door behind me. The sound is soft. We are alone now, together in this quiet room. The room is filled with soft light. There is a bookshelf full of books. There are pictures on the wall, pictures of a family, pictures of a life. I see a picture of a man. He looks kind. He must be her husband. I see a picture of a young boy. He must be her son. She had a life, a full life, a life without me. I feel a sharp pain in my chest. It is the pain of regret. It is the pain of what I lost. But I push the pain away. I am here now. That is all that matters. We sit down. She sits in a big, soft chair. I sit on the sofa. The sofa is comfortable. The silence between us is not empty. It is full of questions. It is full of feelings. It is heavy, but it is not cold. She speaks first. Her voice is soft like I remember. I received your letter, she says. And your book. I nod. I was not sure if you still lived here. This has been my home for a long time, she says. She looks at the book of poems on a small table next to her chair. I never threw it away, she says. It stayed with me. Like your name. My heart hurts when she says that. It hurts in a good way. It means she did not forget. I never forgot you, Emily. I say. My voice is stronger now. Not for one day. She looks at me. Her eyes search my face. My old, tired face. Why now, Michael? She asks. After all this time, why did you come back now? This is the big question. The most important question. I have to be honest. I owe her that. Because I am running out of time. I say softly. I do not look at her when I say this. I look at my hands. My old, shaking hands. I am sick, Emily. I can feel her eyes on me. I can feel her sadness. The room is very quiet. The only sound is the ticking of a clock on the wall. Tick, tock. Time is passing. My time is passing. She does not say, I am sorry. She does not say anything like that. She just sits there. Her hands are in her lap. After a long moment, she says, You are here now. Let's not waste any more time. Her words are a gift. They are a gift of acceptance. A gift of kindness. She is not angry. She is not bitter. She is just Emily. My Emily. We start to talk. We talk for hours. The sun begins to set outside the window. The room fills with the orange light of the evening. It is a soft, warm light. She tells me about her life. She tells me about her husband, John. He was a good man. He loved her very much. He died 10 years ago. She tells me about her son, Daniel. He is grown up now. He lives far away. He has his own family. She talks about her quiet joys and her quiet sorrows. She tells me about her lonely days. I listen to every word. I see her life in her words. A good life. A quiet life. I feel happy for her. But I also feel a deep sadness for myself. For the life I did not have with her. Then I tell her about my life. It is not a happy story. I tell her about my lonely years. I tell her about my travels. I moved from city to city. I never stayed in one place for long. I was always searching for something, but I never found it, because the thing I was searching for was her. I tell her about my regrets. My voice is heavy with them. I tell her how sorry I am. I say the words I have wanted to say for 50 years. I am so sorry, Emily. I was a fool. She reaches out her hand. She places her hand on my arm. Her touch is light. It is warm. We were just children, Michael, she says. We did not know anything about life. Her forgiveness is like a warm blanket, covers my old, cold heart. I feel the heavy coat of regret become a little lighter. We talk until it is dark outside. She turns on a small lamp. The light is soft. We do not talk about my sickness anymore. We do not talk about the end. We talk about the past. We talk about the good memories. We remember the oak tree. We remember the poems. We remember our first kiss. It was a sweet, clumsy kiss behind the school gym. We both laugh at the memory. It is a soft, gentle laugh. The laugh of two old people who have shared a secret for a lifetime. Feels good to laugh with her again. Feels like coming home. She shows me the guest room. It is a small room. It is clean and cozy. You can stay here, she says, for as long as you need. I look at her. Her kindness is a miracle. After everything I did, after the 50 years of silence, she opens her home to me. She opens her heart to me. Thank you, I say. The words are not enough. They can never be enough. I place my small bag on a chair, the bag with my whole life in it. That night, I lie in bed in the quiet guest room. I look out the window at the stars. The stars are so bright here, away from the big city lights. I can hear the sound of crickets outside. It is a peaceful sound. I am not in my lonely apartment anymore. I am in her house. I am under her roof. I feel a sense of peace that I have not felt in 50 years. A deep, quiet peace. I know I do not have much time left. My days are numbered. But for the first time in a very long time, I am not afraid to die. Because I came back. I found her. And she forgave me. That is more than I ever deserved. That is everything. The next morning, I wake up to the smell of coffee. It is a wonderful smell. I get dressed and go downstairs. Emily is in the kitchen. She is humming a small tune. She smiles when she sees me. Good morning, she says. She looks rested. She looks peaceful. Good morning, I say. She has made breakfast. There are eggs and toast and coffee. We sit at her small kitchen table. The sun is streaming through the window. It is a beautiful morning. We eat in a comfortable silence. It is not an awkward silence. It is the silence of two people who do not need words to understand each other. After breakfast, she says, "Let's go somewhere." I ask, "Where?" She smiles a little secret smile. "Back to the place we left," she says. I know exactly where she means. My heart gives a little jump. The old oak tree. We get in her car. It is an old car, but it runs well. She drives. I sit in the passenger seat. We drive through the town. It looks so different in the daylight. We drive past our old school. The building looks smaller now. Or maybe we were just smaller then. She parks the car near a broken gate. We get out. We walk towards the big yard behind the school. And there it is. The old oak tree. It is still standing. It is bigger and older now, like us. Its branches are like strong, welcoming arms. We walk slowly towards it. My legs feel stronger today. We stand under the tree. I put my hand on the rough bark. Feels familiar. Feels like an old friend. It's still here, I whisper. It waited for us, she says softly. There is a wooden bench under the tree. It is old and the paint is peeling. But it is still here too. We sit down on the bench. We sit close together. For a long time we do not say anything. We just look at the tree. We listen to the wind in the leaves. The sound is like a soft song, a song of memory. This is where you gave me my first poem, she says, breaking the silence. You were wearing a red ribbon in your hair. I smile. I remember that. I was so nervous my hands were shaking. I still have that poem, she says. She looks at me. I kept all of them. My heart feels so full it might burst. All this time she kept them. She kept a piece of me with her. I reach into my coat pocket. My hand closes around an old, folded piece of paper. It is the letter I wrote 50 years ago. The one I never sent. I take it out. My hand is shaking again. I have something for you too, I say. I wrote this for you the day before I left. I never had the courage to give it to you. I give her the yellowed paper. She takes it with gentle hands. She opens it carefully. She reads my words. The words of a scared 17-year-old boy. I watch her face as she reads. A tear rolls down her cheek. She does not wipe it away. She finishes reading. She looks at me. Her eyes are full of questions and sadness. "Oh, Michael," she whispers. "Why didn't you give this to me then?" "I was a coward," I say. "I was so afraid of losing you that I lost you." She folds the letter carefully and holds it in her hand. "We were just kids," she says again. "We were just so young." We sit on the bench for a long time. The sun moves across the sky. We talk about the past. We fill in the gaps of our 50-year-old story. We are not young anymore. We cannot go back. We cannot change what happened. But we can sit here under our tree and we can make peace with the past. We can forgive the children we were. As we walk back to the car, she takes my hand. Her hand is small and soft in mine. Feels right. Feels like coming home. We hold hands all the way back to her house. The days that follow are quiet and peaceful. They are the most peaceful days of my life. We do not do much. We sit in her garden. She tells me the names of all the flowers. We drink tea in the afternoon. We listen to old music on the radio. In the evenings, we sit by the fire. She reads my poems aloud. The ones from the old notebook and the ones from the new ones I wrote over the years. Hearing her read my words is the greatest gift. It is like she is giving my life meaning. One afternoon, she brings out an old wooden box. It is not my box. It is hers. She opens it. Inside there is a ring. It is a simple gold ring with a small green stone. I remember it. I gave it to her a week before I left. I had saved all my money to buy it. It was a promise ring. You kept it, I say, my voice thick with emotion. I always kept it, she says. It was my secret. No one ever knew. We do not need to say more. The ring on the table says everything. It speaks of a love that was lost but never forgotten. My sickness gets worse. I know it. I can feel it. I get tired more easily. My breathing is harder. Emily takes care of me. She brings me tea. She puts a blanket over me when I am cold. She never looks sad when she looks at me. She only looks at me with love. Her love is my medicine now. It is better than any pill the doctor can give me. It does not heal my body, but it heals my soul. One evening, I know my time is very short. I feel a deep tiredness in my bones. A tiredness that sleep cannot fix. I ask Emily for a pen and paper. My hand is very weak, but I must write one last letter. A letter to say goodbye. A letter to thank her. I write that she took away all my regrets. I write that in her eyes, I became young again. I write that she gave me peace. I write that I will wait for her, somewhere beyond time. I fold the letter and write her name on it. I give it to her. Read this, I say, after I am gone. She takes the letter. Tears are in her eyes now. She holds my hand. It is cold now. I love you, Emily, I whisper. I have always loved you. I love you too, Michael. she says, her voice breaking. I have always loved you too. I close my eyes. I can hear her voice. I can feel her hand. I can smell the cinnamon from the kitchen. I am home. I am at peace. My long journey is over. The heavy coat of regret is gone. My heart is light. And as I drift away, the last thing I see is her beautiful face. The face of my first love. The face of my last love. The face of my only love. Please subscribe to our channel. Press the like button and the notification bell to hear more stories that touch the heart. Story, My World in the Dark. My name is Maurice. I live on a farm with my wife, Isabel. The farm is called Grange Farm. It is my home. I have lived here for a long time. 1 year ago, my life changed. I was in the war in France. Something terrible happened there. There was a big explosion. It was loud and bright. After that, I could not see. Now I am blind. My world is dark. But my life is not over. I have Isabel. She is my light. She helps me very much. I love her with all my heart. We are happy together. We have a quiet life on the farm. I also have my hands. My hands are my eyes now. I use them to feel the world. I touch everything. I touch the table, the chairs, the walls of my house. I know my house very well. I can walk everywhere without help. I feel the shape of things. The wood of the table is smooth. The stone of the fireplace is rough. My world is full of these feelings. It is a new kind of seeing. I am happy in my darkness most of the time. I have a world that is rich and real. It is a world of sounds and smells and touch. I work on the farm. The work is simple, but it makes me feel good. It makes me feel useful. In the morning, I go to the barn. I milk the cows. I know the way to the barn. I walk on a path. The ground is hard under my feet. I can smell the barn before I get there. It smells like hay and animals. It is a good smell. It is the smell of my home. I open the big wooden door. It is heavy. I pull it slowly. Inside, the cows are waiting. I can hear them moving. I hear the soft sound of them chewing hay. I have a favorite cow. Her name is Daisy. I always milk her first. I walk to her. I know her place in the barn. I say her name softly. Daisy. She makes a soft sound. I think she knows my voice. I sit on a small stool. The stool is old and made of wood. I put the metal pail on the ground. It makes a small clang sound. I touch Daisy's side. She is very warm. Her hair is a little rough. I move my hands down to her udder. It is soft and full of milk. I begin to milk her. My hands are strong. The milk makes a sound as it hits the pail. It is a hissing sound, then a splashing sound. This sound makes me happy. It is the sound of my work. It is a real sound in my dark world. I do this every morning. It is my routine. It gives my day a shape. After milking the cows, I feed the pigs. The pigs are in a pen outside. They make loud noises when they hear me coming. They are always hungry. I carry a heavy bucket of food for them. The bucket is metal. It is heavy in my hands. I pour the food into their trough. The sound is loud and messy. The pigs are happy. I can hear them eating. I also look after the horses. We have 2 horses. They are beautiful animals. Isabel tells me they are beautiful. I cannot see their color, but I can feel their strength. I brush their coats. The brush moves through their hair. It is a good feeling. I talk to them. I tell them about my day. I think they listen. Their bodies are warm and strong under my hands. The work on the farm is important to me. Connects me to the world. Connects me to life. Life is still very full for me. It is a life in darkness, but it is a good life. It is a peaceful life with my wife. Isabel and I spend a lot of time together. We are alone most of the time. We like it that way. We talk for hours. I love the sound of her voice. It is like music to me. Sometimes she reads to me. She sits in a chair by the fire. I sit on the floor and listen. Her voice makes the stories come alive in my mind. I can see the places and the people in my imagination. My imagination is very strong now. It has to be. Sometimes we sing together. We sing old songs that we both know. Our voices fill the quiet house. It is a happy sound. Isabel also works. She writes short stories for a newspaper. She reads her stories to me. I am her first reader. I tell her if I like them. I always like them. I am very proud of her. Our happiness is strong, but sometimes it is fragile. Sometimes a sadness comes without a reason. The house feels too silent. The darkness feels too heavy. In those moments, Isabel feels sad. I can hear it in her voice. Her voice becomes quiet. I know she feels trapped sometimes. I feel it too. We are in this together, this world of ours. But sometimes it is hard for her. I know she misses the outside world. She misses seeing things with me. I try to be cheerful. I try to make jokes. I try to make her laugh. But sometimes the effort is too much. The cheerfulness feels fake. It is a mask. Under the mask, there is despair. I feel it too. My blindness is a wall between me and the world. Isabel is my only window. Sometimes I feel a great wave of sadness. I remember the light. I remember seeing the sky and the trees. I miss it so much. In those moments, I want to scream. I want to break something, but I don't. I sit in my chair and I wait. I wait for the feeling to pass. It always passes. Isabel and I, we hold on to each other. We get through the dark times together. Isabel tried to bring the outside world to us. She invited friends to the farm. It was a kind thing to do. She wanted me to have company. She wanted me to feel connected. But it did not work. Our friends did not understand. They could not understand our life. They could not understand the world we had built together in the dark. They talked about things they saw. They talked about colors and faces. I could not see these things. I felt left out. They were kind. They tried to include me. But their world was a world of sight. My world was different. After they left, the house felt even more silent. The gap between my world and their world felt bigger. So we stopped inviting friends. We stayed alone, just the two of us. It was better that way. Now, something new is coming into our lives. We are going to have a baby. Isabel is pregnant. Our second baby. The first one died. It was a long time ago when I was in France. It was a very sad time. Now we have a new hope. A new life is coming. I am very excited. I put my hand on Isabel's belly. I can feel the small life inside. It is a miracle. I am going to be a father. I think about it all the time. I imagine holding my baby. I will not be able to see my child's face. This thought makes me sad sometimes. But I will be able to touch my child. I will feel his small hands. I will hear his first cry. I will love my child with all my heart. Isabel is happy too. I can see her happiness. Not with my eyes, but I can feel it. It is in the way she talks. It is in the way she moves. But she is also a little anxious. I can feel her worry too. The baby will need a lot of her time and love. She worries about me. She worries I will feel lonely. What will you do, Maurice? she asks me sometimes. I tell her not to worry. I tell her I will be fine. I will have a new job. I will be a father. It was around this time that Isabel's old friend wrote to her. His name is Bertie Reed. Isabel has known him all her life. He was like a brother to her. She told me he was better than her own brothers. She loves him. I know she loves him, but not in the same way she loves me. He is a different kind of person. He is a lawyer. Isabel said he has a quick mind. I am not like that. I am a slow man. I am a sensitive man. I am a big man. Bertie and we were never close. We were not friends. I think Isabel wanted us to be friends. She wanted the two important men in her life to like each other. But we did not. It was just a feeling. We were too different. When I went to France for the war, Isabel stopped writing to Bertie. She told him that their friendship had to end. I think she did it for me, for our marriage. For almost 2 years, they did not talk. They did not write letters. Their friendship was over. Then one day a little note came from Bertie. He wrote that he was very sad about my blindness. He said he felt real pain for me. Isabel read the letter to me. Her voice was shaking a little. I could feel her excitement. An old friend was back in her life. I understood. Ask him to come here, I said. My voice was calm. I did not know how I really felt, but I saw that Isabel wanted it. Ask Bertie to come to Grange Farm, I said again. Isabel was quiet for a moment. I could hear her thinking. Yes, she said, if he wants to. I knew she was thinking about me. She was worried about how I would feel. I know he wants to come, I said to her. I could imagine Bertie, a lawyer from the city, coming to our quiet farm. But what about you, Maurice? She asked. Her voice was full of care. How would you like it? I thought about it. A part of me did not want him to come. I liked my quiet life with Isabel. A visitor would change things. But another part of me was curious. Maybe things would be different now. I was a different man now. Blindness had changed me. I should like it, I said. I think my answer surprised her. Well, in that case, she said. But I thought you didn't care for him. She remembered that I did not like him before. Oh, I don't know, I said. I tried to explain my feelings. It was hard. I might think differently of him now. That was the truth. Everything was different now. So Bertie was coming. He was coming this evening. Coming in the dark and the November rain. Today is the day Bertie is coming. The rain has been falling all afternoon. I can hear it against the windows of the house. It is a constant sound like a drum. The wind is blowing too. I can hear it in the chimney. It makes a low, sad sound. The house feels very quiet inside, except for the sounds of the weather. Isabel is nervous. I can tell. She is walking around the room. I can hear her footsteps on the wooden floor. Back and forth. Back and forth. She stops at the window. I know she is looking out, watching the long drive to our house. She is listening for two sounds. The sound of wheels and the sound of Bertie's footsteps. I am sitting in my chair by the fire. The fire is warm. I can feel the heat on my face and hands. Feels good on a cold day like this. But I am not calm. I feel a little nervous too. Why is he coming? What will we talk about? Will it be awkward? I am in my own world here. A world of darkness. He is from the world of light. Can our worlds meet? I do not know. Isabel goes out of the room. I hear her walking down the hall. I hear her putting on her coat and boots. The boots are heavy. They make a loud sound on the floor. Where are you going? Asked. I am going to check on you, she says. You are outside in the stable. Oh, I was outside before. I forgot. My sense of time is different now. I was in the stable with the horses. I remember that now. I often go there when I feel restless. The stable is my safe place. Now I am in the house. She thinks I am still outside. It is a small mistake. It shows her mind is somewhere else. It is with Birdie. I hear the front door open and close. The wind rushes into the hall for a moment. It is cold. Then silence. She is gone. Gone out into the dark, rainy evening to find me. But I am already here. I sit and listen to the house. The house is old. It makes many sounds. The wood of the floor creaks. The pipes in the walls make a quiet gurgling noise. The fire crackles in the fireplace. These are the sounds of my home. I know them all. They are my friends. I am not truly alone when I have these sounds. I think about Isabel outside. She will be wet from the rain. She will feel the cold wind on her face. I hope she has a lamp. It is very dark outside. The kind of darkness that you can feel. A heavy, wet darkness. She will walk to the stable. She will open the big door. She will call my name into the darkness of the barn. Maurice? Maurice, are you there? She will say, and there will be no answer. Only the sound of the horses moving in their stalls. I hope she is not afraid. I do not like the thought of her being afraid. I should get up. I should go and find her. But my body feels heavy. I feel tired. The waiting makes me tired. I stay in my chair. I listen. I wait for her to come back. The fire makes a loud pop. A piece of wood breaks in the heat. A shower of sparks goes up the chimney. I can hear it. I can almost see it in my mind. A burst of orange light in the darkness. My mind is full of pictures made of sounds and feelings. It is a different kind of sight. A sight that no one else can understand. Not even Isabel. She lives in the world of light. She is my bridge to that world. But she cannot cross over into my world completely. I am alone in here, in my darkness. Most of the time I am okay with that. But sometimes, like now, I feel the distance between us. The distance between my world and hers. I hear her footsteps again. She is back. She opens the door. She comes into the hall. She takes off her wet coat and boots. I hear the soft sound of her clothes. She comes into the living room. There you are, she says. Her voice is full of relief. I went to the stable. You were not there. I came in a while ago, I say. I am sorry. I should have told you. She comes closer. I can feel the cold air from outside on her clothes. She puts her hand on my shoulder. Her hand is cold. It is all right, she says. I was just worried. We are quiet for a moment. The only sounds are the rain and the fire. Then she says, Birdie should be here soon. Yes, I say. Soon. And we continue to wait. Together this time. She is restless again. She walks to the window. I can imagine what she sees. The long, wet drive. The dark trees moving in the wind. The rain making the world look blurry. The rain is getting harder, she says. I hope he drives carefully. I hear the worry in her voice. She cares for him. I understand that. He is her oldest friend. I try to feel something for him. Some friendship. But I feel nothing. He is a stranger to me. A stranger who is coming to my house. A stranger who will sit at my table. A stranger who will talk to my wife. I feel a small, cold feeling in my chest. Is it jealousy? I do not know. It is a feeling of being outside. He and Isabel have a long history. They have memories that I am not part of. They share a world of sight that I have lost. When he is here, I will be the stranger in my own home. This thought makes me feel cold. I pull my chair closer to the fire. I need its warmth. I must not think like this. It is wrong. Isabel loves me. She chose me. This is our home. Birdie is just a visitor. He will stay for a few days and then he will go back to his world. And Isabel and I will be alone together again. Our world will be quiet and peaceful again. I must be a good host. I must be kind to him. For Isabel. I will do it for her. I make a promise to myself. I will try to be his friend. I will try to understand him. I will try to let him into my world a little. It will not be easy, but I must try. I take a deep breath. The air is warm from the fire. It smells of wood smoke. The smell calms me. I am ready now. I am ready for Birdie to arrive. I go upstairs to my room. I want to change my clothes before he arrives. The stairs are old wood. I know each one. I know which ones creak. I walk up slowly, my hand on the banister. The wood is smooth and cool under my fingers. Upstairs, the house is dark. Isabel has not lit the lamps yet. It does not matter to me. I do not need light. I walk into our bedroom. I know where everything is. My clothes are in the wardrobe. I open the door. I can smell the clean scent of the clothes. I choose a clean shirt. I can feel the fabric. It is soft cotton. I take off the shirt I was wearing. It smells a little of the farm, of hay and animals. I put on the clean shirt. I feel better now, fresher, more ready to meet a guest. I move around my room almost without thinking. My body knows the space. My hands know where things are before they touch them. This is my new consciousness. It is a consciousness of touch and space. I do not think much. I do not worry much. As long as I have this power of touch, I am happy. It is a pleasure for me to stretch out my hand into the darkness and find something, to pick it up, to hold it, to own it with my hands. I do not try to remember what it looked like. I do not want to remember. That life is over. This new life, this new way of being, has become natural to me. I am generally happy, and I have a burning love for Isabel. She is the center of my world. But sometimes the despair comes. It sweeps over me like a dark storm. It destroys my happiness. In those times I suffer greatly. It is a terrible, black feeling. But tonight I am still calm. My senses are a little sharp, a little more awake than usual. My hearing is too sharp. I am conscious of every small sound in the house. And then I hear it. A new sound. The sound of a vehicle on the drive. The wheels crunch on the wet gravel. It is a car. It is Birdie. My heart beats a little faster. He is here. I hear the car door open and close. Then I hear Isabel's voice. Her voice is like a bell ringing in the rainy night. "Is it you, Birdie?" she calls out. And a man's voice answers out of the wind. "Hello, Isabel. There you are." His voice is clear. Sounds friendly. "You're looking as fit as ever," he says. I can imagine him smiling. "Oh yes," Isabel says. "I'm very well. How are you?" Her voice is full of happiness. "Rather thin, I think," he says. "Worked to death. But I'm all right. How's Maurice? Isn't he here?" "Oh yes," Isabel says. "He's upstairs changing his clothes." "Yes, he's well." They move away then. I think they are going into the house. I can hear their footsteps, but not their words anymore. A feeling comes over me, a childish sense of despair. I feel shut out, like a child who has to go to bed while the adults have a party. They are together in the light and the warmth of the hall. I am alone upstairs in the darkness. This feeling is strong. It is foolish, I know, but I cannot help it. I finish dressing myself. I comb my hair with my fingers. I take a deep breath. I must go downstairs. I must face them. I walk out of my room and down the stairs. I walk slowly, carefully. When I get to the bottom of the stairs, I can hear them in the sitting room. I hear their voices. They are talking and laughing. I pause for a moment. I feel like an intruder. This is my house. This is my wife. But I feel like I do not belong. I push the feeling away. I walk to the door of the sitting room. I enter. Isabel is alone in the room. I am surprised. I thought Bertie was with her. Did you hear Bertie come, Maurice? She asks. Her voice is bright. Yes, I say. Isn't he here? She watches me as I walk into the room. I can feel her eyes on me. I know my face is scarred. I know my eyes are dead. I wonder what she sees when she looks at me. Does she see the man she married? Or does she see a broken thing? He's in his room, she says. He looks very thin and tired. Just then, Bertie comes down. I hear his footsteps. They are light and quick. He comes into the room. He pauses at the door. I can feel him looking at me. I cannot see him, but Isabel has described him to me. He is a small, dark man. He has a very big forehead and thin hair. His eyes are large and sad. He has strange, short legs. This is the man who was like a brother to my wife. He comes across the room towards me. I stand still. I do not know what to do. I cannot see his hand if he holds it out. So I hold out my hand first. I stretch it into the space between us. I feel his hand take mine. His hand is small and soft, not like my hands. My hands are big and rough from the farm work. His hand is the hand of a lawyer, a man who works with paper and books. We shake hands. It is a brief, awkward moment. Isabel is watching us. I can feel her anxiety. She wants us to like each other. I look away from where I think his face is. I turn my head towards the fire. Come, Isabel says, breaking the silence. Come to the table. Aren't you both hungry? We sit down at the dinner table. I feel for my place. My hands find the edge of the table, then the plate, then the knife and fork. I do this automatically now. It is my way of navigating the world. Bertie picks up a small bowl of flowers from the table. They have a lovely sweet smell, he says. He holds them to his nose. Where do they come from? He asks. From the garden, Isabel says. Under the windows. She sounds happy that he noticed the flowers. Then she says something to Bertie. Bertie, do you remember the flowers under Aunt Belle's wall? I hear the smile in her voice. Yes, he says. I can hear him smiling too. They look at each other. They share a memory from their childhood, a memory from the world of light. I am not in that memory. I am outside of it. The meal continues. Isabel and Bertie talk easily together. They talk about old times. They talk about people I do not know. Their voices flow around me. I am silent. I eat my food. I eat carefully. I have learned how to eat without seeing. I can find the food on my plate with my fork. I never accept any help. I am proud of my independence. I finish my food quickly. I sit and listen to them talk. Their conversation is a river of words. I am sitting on the bank of the river, in the dark. I am not part of the flow. The sounds are just sounds. They do not have much meaning for me. I feel very alone. After the meal, we move to the fire. We sit in chairs around the fireplace. Isabel puts more wood on the fire. The fire burns brightly. I can feel its heat on my skin. I can hear the wood crackle and burn. It is a comforting sound. I can hear the slight slowness in Isabel's movements. She is moving more carefully because of the baby. I love that about her. Birdie notices it too. "Will you be pleased when the child comes, Isabel?" he asks. His voice is gentle. "Yes," she says. I hear the happiness in her voice. "I shall be very pleased. So will you, Maurice, won't you?" she says, turning to me. She includes me in the conversation. She is always thinking of me. "Yes, I shall," I reply. My voice sounds rough to my own ears. "We are both looking forward to it so much," she says. "Yes, of course," says Birdie. Birdie is a few years older than Isabel. He has never married. Isabel told me that he had other women friends, but they were just friends, not lovers. If a woman got too close, he would pull away. Isabel knows him very well. She knows his kindness, but she also knows his weakness. He is unable to have a close human relationship. She said he is ashamed of himself because he cannot marry. He wants to, but he is afraid. Deep down, he is afraid. So he became a successful lawyer, a rich man, a social success. But in the center of his life, he feels that he is nothing. I think about this. A man who has everything. Eyes to see, a quick mind, money, success. But he feels like nothing. I have nothing. I am blind. I am a simple farmer. But I do not feel like nothing. I have Isabel. I have my work. I have my world of touch. I am something. I am real. I look in his direction. I cannot see his sad face or his short legs. I cannot see his dark gray eyes, but I can feel his sadness. It is in the room. It is a quiet, heavy thing. Isabel loves him. She pities him, but she also dislikes his weakness. He knows this. He understands her feelings. It is a complicated friendship. Suddenly, Birdie speaks to me. His voice breaks the silence. "Isabel tells me that you have not suffered too badly from losing your sight." His words surprise me. It is a direct question, personal question. I straighten myself in my chair. "No," I say, "not too badly." He is curious. "You stop worrying about many things," I add, "and that is good." I try to explain a small part of my world to him. "But what is it that takes the place of worry?" he asks. He is trying to understand. I am slow to reply. How can I explain it? How can I put my new world into words for him? "There is something," I say, "but I couldn't tell you what it is." The words are not enough. They are just empty sounds. I feel uncomfortable. I do not want to talk about this anymore. It is too private. It is my world. I cannot share it with him. I feel a need to escape. I want to go to my own place, the stable. I stand up slowly. My body is big and I feel clumsy in the quiet room. "Do you mind?" I say. "If I go and speak to the farm manager?" It is an excuse. The farm manager is at home with his family, but they do not know that. "I won't be long." "No, go along, dear," Isabel says. Her voice is soft. She understands that I need to leave. I walk out of the room. I leave them alone by the fire. I leave their world of light and conversation. I walk into the darkness of the hall. I find my coat and my boots. I go outside. The wind and the rain hit my face. Feels good. It is real. It wakes me up. I walk towards the stable. The darkness outside is deep and wet. The path is muddy. I can feel it under my boots. I do not have a lamp. I do not need one. My feet know the way. The wind is loud. It roars in the trees. The rain is heavy now. It beats against my coat. I am alone in the storm. I feel a strange kind of peace. Here in the wild night, I feel free. I am not a blind man in a sitting room. I am just a man, part of the night, part of the storm. I reach the stable. I feel for the wooden door. I find the latch. I open it. I step inside. I shut the door behind me. The sound of the storm becomes duller. Inside, it is dark and quiet. The air is thick with the smell of horses and hay. It is a warm animal smell. I listen. I can hear a horse move in its stall. A restless movement. A soft snort. I am not alone. The horses are here with me. I am conscious of their large, warm bodies in the darkness. I am not afraid of them. I understand them. We live in a world without words. A world of feeling and instinct. I stand there for a long time, just listening. The world of the sitting room feels far away. Bertie and Isabel, their talk, their shared memories, feels like a dream. This is real. The smell of the hay, the warmth of the animals, the sound of the wind outside. This is my world. I walk further into the stable. I go to the other part where my horse Hector is. I speak to him. My voice is low and soft in the darkness. "Hello, Hector," I say. "It's just me." He makes a low sound in his throat. I reach out and touch him. His neck is strong and warm. I stroke his smooth coat. He is calm. He makes me calm too. We stand together in the dark. Man and horse. Two living creatures in the night. It is a peaceful moment. I am not sure how long I was there. Time passes differently in the dark. But then I hear a noise. The stable door opens again. Someone is there. The wind howls for a moment. Then the door shuts. I hear footsteps. They are hesitant. Not Isabel's steps. "Who is that?" I call out. My voice is loud in the quiet stable. "It's me," a voice answers. It is Bertie. He has come to find me. "Isabel was a little worried," he says. His voice sounds small in the large, dark space. I can hear the nervousness in it. "I'll come in," he says, as if asking for permission. He walks closer. I can hear the soft sound of his shoes on the hay-covered floor. "I hope I'm not in your way at all," he says. He sounds shy, awkward. "My way," I say. I almost laugh. "Not a bit. I'm pleased Isabel has someone to talk to." I pause. I want to be honest with him. "I'm afraid that I am in the way," I say. "I know I'm not very good company." "Is Isabel all right?" Ask. "I need to know. Do you think she's not unhappy, is she?" "I am worried about her. I am always worried about her." "I don't think so," Bertie says. "What does she say?" I press him. I need to know what she says to other people. "She says she's very happy," he replies carefully. "Only a little worried about you." His words are like a small stone dropped into a still pond. "She needn't worry about me," I say, "but I know why she worries. I'm afraid that she'll find me dull," I confess. My voice is low. "Always alone with me down here." I take a deep breath. The air is cool in the stable. I decide to ask him something. Something I have wanted to ask for a long time. Something I cannot ask Isabel. "Bertie," I say, "is my face a very ugly sight? Do you mind telling me?" The silence is deep. I can hear him breathing. He is surprised by my question. There is a scar, he says finally. His voice is careful, measured. But one feels pity more than shock at the sight of it. A bad scar, though, I say. I need to know the truth. Oh yes, he says. His honesty is a cold, clean thing. There is another pause. The stable is full of unspoken things. The restless movement of a horse. The sound of the rain on the roof. Then I say something strange. Something I did not plan to say. I don't really know you, do I, Maurice? He says. Wait, he said that to me. Yes, he said that. Probably not, I reply. My mind is working fast. How can he know me? How can I know him? Words are not enough. They are a barrier. Do you mind if I touch you? The words come out of my mouth before I can stop them. I feel him step back. A small, quick movement in the dark. But his voice, when he speaks, is small. Not at all. He is afraid. I can feel his fear in the air between us. It is a cold, sharp thing. But he has agreed. I stretch out my hand. My hand is big and strong. It feels like a separate creature, moving through the darkness towards him. I feel his head. It is smaller than I imagined. My fingers touch his hair, his forehead, his closed eyes. I am gentle. I am exploring. My hand moves over the face of the smaller man. His forehead is large and smooth. His eyes are closed under my fingers. His nose is small. His mouth is closed tight. His chin is strong. My fingers are reading his face like a book written in a language that only my hands can understand. You seem young, I say quietly. He does not answer. He is like a statue of fear. I can feel him trembling. Your head seems soft, I continue. So do your hands. I am thinking out loud. I am discovering him. Then I have another impulse. A strange and powerful need. I want him to know me, to really know me, to know my reality, to know my darkness. Touch my eyes, will you? I say. Touch my scar. I can feel his sickness at the idea. His fear is a smell in the air. But he is under my power. He is trapped by my blindness, by my will. I feel his hand lift. It is shaking. His fingers touch the scar on my face, the place where my eyes were. His fingers are cold and they tremble. The touch is light, hesitant. He wants to pull away. Cannot let him. I suddenly cover his hand with my own. I press his fingers hard onto my scarred eyes. I hold them there. I force him to feel the ruined flesh. I force him to enter my world of pain and darkness. He is helpless. He freezes. He does not fight me. We stay like this for a long time. A minute or more. Feels like an eternity. The only sound is our breathing and the rain. Then suddenly it is over. I take his hand away from my face. I stand there, holding his small, soft hand in my own. I feel a great wave of emotion wash over me, a strange mix of pain and connection and triumph. Oh my God, I say. My voice is thick with feeling. We shall know each other now, shan't we? We shall know each other now. He does not answer. He cannot answer. I can feel his terror. I can feel his despair at his own weakness. He is afraid of me. He has an unreasonable fear that I will destroy him. But he is wrong. I do not want to destroy him. I am filled with a burning desire for friendship, for connection, for someone to understand my world. It's all right now, I say. I try to reassure him. As long as we live, we're all right together now, aren't we? Yes, he whispers. The word is a tiny, broken thing in the darkness. I feel a shift inside me, a release. I turn and pick up my coat from a hook. Come, I say. My voice is normal again. We'll go to Isabel. He finds the lamp. I hear him strike a match. A small flicker of light enters my world. I turn away from it. He opens the door. We walk out of the stable and back into the rainy night. We walk in silence. The rain washes the air clean. I feel clean too. I feel like something important has happened. Something has changed between us. We are not strangers anymore. We reach the house. We go inside. We take off our wet coats. We walk to the sitting room. I can hear Isabel move in her chair. She looks up as we enter. I can feel her anxious eyes on us. What is it? She asks. Her voice is full of worry. I smile. For the first time tonight, I feel a real smile on my face. We've become friends, I say. She looks at Bertie. I turn my head towards him. I wonder what his face looks like now. Is he happy? Is he relieved? But I can feel his despair. It is a cold wave coming from him. He meets her eyes with a despairing look. I know this because Isabel makes a small sound. A sound of confusion. I'm so pleased, she says. But her voice is not convincing. She is confused. Yes, I say happily. I do not understand his despair. I feel we have connected. I feel we are friends. Isabel comes to me. She takes my hand with both of hers. Her hands are warm. She holds my hand tight. You'll be happier now, dear, she says. Her voice is soft and loving. But she is watching Bertie. I know she is. I can feel her attention divided. She knows something is wrong. She knows him too well. She knows that he has only one desire now. To escape. To escape from this friendship that has been forced on him. He cannot accept what happened in the stable. He cannot accept that he has been touched by the blind man. He cannot accept my world. I feel a pang of sadness. I thought we had connected, but maybe I was wrong. Maybe I just frightened him. Maybe my world is too dark for anyone else to enter. I stand there, holding my wife's hand, feeling the warmth of the fire, and a new kind of coldness spreads through me. The coldness of being misunderstood. The coldness of being alone again, even in a room full of people. The rest of the evening was quiet. Bertie did not talk much. His voice, when he spoke, was thin and distant. He was in the room, but his mind was far away. I could feel him building a wall around himself. A wall to keep me out. I did not try to talk to him again. I had said enough. I had done enough. I sat in my chair and listened to the fire and the wind. Isabel tried to make conversation. She talked about the farm, about the coming baby, about simple things. But her words felt like small birds flying in a very large, empty room. They could not fill the silence. The silence was not empty. It was full of Bertie's fear and my disappointment. Later, it was time to go to bed. I am very tired, Bertie said. He stood up. I will go to my room now. Good night, Bertie, Isabel said. Her voice was gentle. Sleep well. Good night, he said. He did not look at me. I did not expect him to. He left the room. We heard his light footsteps go up the stairs. Then we heard his door close. He was gone. He was safe in his room, away from me. Isabel sighed. It was a long, sad sigh. Are you all right, my love? I asked. Yes, she said, but she did not sound all right. She came and sat on the arm of my chair. She put her arm around my shoulders. What happened in the stable, Maurice? She asked softly. I did not answer for a long time. I did not know how to explain it. I wanted him to know me. I finally said. I wanted him to understand. You frightened him, she said. It was not an accusation. It was a statement of fact. Yes, I said. I think I did. We stayed like that for a while in silence. The fire was dying down. The room was getting colder. I felt very tired. Not just my body. My spirit was tired. I had tried to build a bridge to another person, but the bridge had collapsed. Maybe it is impossible. Maybe I am meant to be an island, alone in my sea of darkness. It will be all right, Isabel whispered. She kissed my cheek. Her lips were soft and warm. He will leave in a few days, and we will be alone again. Her words were meant to be a comfort, and they were. I love our life together, our quiet world. But tonight, a small part of me had wanted more. I had wanted a friend, a man who could understand. It was a foolish wish. I know that now. Let's go to bed, I said. We stood up. I put my arm around her. We walked out of the sitting room and up the stairs to our room. We walked together into the familiar, comforting darkness of our home. Tomorrow would be a new day, but I knew that something had been broken tonight, and it could not be fixed. The next morning, the house was very quiet. The rain had stopped. I could hear birds singing outside the window. Felt like the world was clean and new after the storm. But inside the house, the atmosphere was heavy. I came downstairs. Isabel was in the kitchen. I could smell coffee. Good morning, I said. Good morning, dear, she said. She tried to sound cheerful, but I could hear the strain in her voice. Is Bertie awake? I asked. I think so, she said. I heard him moving around in his room. We had breakfast together, just the two of us. Bertie did not come down. Isabel made an excuse for him. He said he was very tired from his journey, she said. He wants to rest this morning. I knew it was not the truth. He was avoiding me. He was hiding in his room. I did not say anything. It was better that way. I went out to do my work on the farm. The air was fresh and cold. The ground was wet. Everything smelled of rain and earth. It was a good smell. I went to the barn. The animals were waiting for me. I milked the cows. I fed the pigs. The familiar routine was a comfort to me. Here in the barn, I was not a strange, frightening creature. I was just a man doing his work. I was competent. I was at peace. The animals did not judge me. They did not fear me. I spent the whole morning working. I did not want to go back to the house. I did not want to face the heavy silence and the man who was afraid of me. When I came back for lunch, Bertie was there. He was sitting at the table with Isabel. He looked up when I came in. I could feel his eyes on me. I said, "Good afternoon, Bertie." My voice was polite, nothing more. "Good afternoon, Maurice," he said. His voice was also polite. We were like two strangers who had just met. The thing that had happened in the stable was a dark secret between us. A thing we would never speak of again. Lunch was a difficult meal. The silence was thick. Isabel tried her best. She talked about the weather. She talked about the farm. But the conversation was like a small boat in a very big, still ocean. It did not go anywhere. Bertie gave short answers. I said very little. As soon as the meal was over, I made an excuse to leave. I went back outside. I needed the open space. I needed the air. The house felt too small. Felt like a cage. That evening, after dinner, Bertie made an announcement. "I'm afraid I have to leave tomorrow morning," he said. "I have some urgent work that has come up in London." I knew it was a lie. There was no urgent work. He was running away. Isabel knew it too. "Oh," she said. Her voice was full of disappointment. "So soon? I thought you were staying for the week." "I'm very sorry," he said, "but it cannot be helped." He did not sound sorry. He sounded relieved. He sounded like a prisoner who has just been told he is free. The rest of the evening passed in the same awkward silence. We were all just waiting for it to be over. We were waiting for the morning when he would leave. The next day, I helped him with his bags. I carried his suitcase to his car. It was a small, polite gesture. "Thank you, Maurice," he said. "Goodbye," I said. We did not shake hands. Isabel walked with him to his car. I stood at the door of the house. I could hear them talking. Their voices were low. I think she was asking him to come back again soon. I am not sure what he said. Then I heard the car door close. The engine started. The car drove away down the long drive. The sound of the wheels on the gravel grew fainter and fainter until it was gone. He was gone. The house was quiet again. Isabel came back into the house. She closed the door. She stood there for a moment in the hall. I could feel her sadness. Her old friend had come and gone. The visit had been a failure, a disaster. She came to me. She put her hand on my arm. "I'm sorry," she said. "It's not your fault," I said. "And it's not yours. I wanted you to be friends," she said. Her voice was a whisper. "I know," I said. "I tried. Maybe I tried too hard." We stood there in the quiet hall. The house was ours again, just the two of us, and the new life growing inside her. Our world was small, but it was safe. It was peaceful. I had tried to open a door into my world for someone else, but he had been too afraid to enter. Maybe the door should stay closed. Maybe my world was meant for me alone. And for Isabel. She was the only one who was not afraid of my darkness. She was the only one who could truly see me. I held her close. I could hear the beating of her heart. It was a strong, steady sound. It was the sound of my home. It was the only sound I needed. Please subscribe to the channel, ring the notification bell, and like the video so you can join us for more stories that explore the depths of human connection and understanding in a simple, accessible way. Story: The Girl with the Glasses. What can you say about a girl? A girl who was 25 years old. A girl who died. It is very sad to talk about this, but I want to tell you about her. I want you to know her. She was a very special person. You can say that she was beautiful, and that is true. She was very beautiful. You can say that she was intelligent, and that is also true. She was very, very smart. She loved many things. She loved music. She loved old music. She loved Mozart and Bach. These are famous music writers from a long time ago. She also loved new music. She loved the Beatles. They were a very famous music group. And she loved me. She told me this. Once she said that she loved Mozart and Bach and the Beatles and me. This made me feel happy. It made me feel very special. But I was also a little curious. So I asked her a question. I asked, "Who comes first in your list?" I wanted to know if I was number one for her. She looked at me. She had a beautiful smile. Her smile was bright and happy. She answered my question with her smile. She said, "It is like in the ABC. The ABC is the alphabet. It is A, then B, then C." So she was making a joke. I smiled too when she said that. It was a funny answer. I thought it was clever. But now I think about it a lot. Now that she is gone, I think about everything she said. I wonder what she really meant. Was she talking about my first name? My first name is Oliver. The name Oliver starts with the letter O. In the alphabet, O comes after M for Mozart, comes after B for Bach and the Beatles. So if she meant my first name, I came last. That thought makes me sad. It worries me a lot. Or maybe she was talking about my last name. My last name is Barrett. The name Barrett starts with the letter B. In her list, Bach and the Beatles also start with B. So if she meant my last name, I came between Bach and the Beatles. But I still did not come first. Mozart was first. This idea also worries me. It worries me terribly now. It is a small thing, but it feels big to me. You see, I always had to be number one. It was very important in my family. It was about family pride. My family was a very important family, and everyone in my family had to be the best. They had to be number one in everything they did. So, for me, not being first was a very strange feeling. It was a bad feeling. This story starts in the autumn. It was my last year at Harvard University. Harvard is a very famous university. It is a very old and respected place. I studied a lot in that year. I wanted to do well in my exams. I often went to the Radcliffe Library. Radcliffe was another college, a college for women, and it was near Harvard. The Radcliffe Library was a good place to study. It was very quiet. Nobody made any noise there. I could focus on my books. I liked it because nobody knew me there. At Harvard, many people knew me because of my family. My family name was Barrett. It was a famous name. But at Radcliffe, I was just another student. It was nice. And the library had the books that I needed. They had special books for my studies. I was studying law. Law is a very difficult subject. One day, I had a very big examination the next day. I needed to study very hard for it. I went to the Radcliffe Library. I needed a special book. It was a very important book for my exam. I went to the main desk in the library. I had to ask for the book there. Two girls were working at the desk. I looked at them. One girl was tall. She looked sporty. She looked like she played a lot of sports. She was strong and active. The other girl was different. She was quiet. She sat at the desk and looked at her work. She wore glasses. Her glasses were simple. She looked serious. I decided to ask her for the book. I do not know why. Maybe because she looked quiet and I did not want to have a long conversation. I just wanted my book. So I walked to her part of the desk. I asked for the book that I needed. I told her the name of the book. She looked up from her work. She looked at me. Her look was not friendly. It was a little cold. She looked at me over her glasses. "Don't you have a library at Harvard?" she asked. Her voice was sharp. I was surprised. I did not expect this question. I thought she would just get the book for me. "Radcliffe lets us use their library," I answered. I tried to be polite. I explained the rule. "Yes, Preppy, they do," she said. She called me Preppy. A Preppy is a name for a rich student who goes to an expensive school. It was not a nice name. It was like she was making fun of me. She continued talking. "But is it fair?" she asked. "Harvard has 5 million books. We have a few thousand." Her question was like a challenge. I thought about it. She was right, of course. Harvard was much bigger and richer than Radcliffe. But I did not want to talk about this. I just wanted my book. I thought to myself, oh dear, a clever Radcliffe girl. These girls were often very smart and they liked to argue. I usually knew how to talk to girls like her. I could usually make them feel small with my words. I could be very good with words. But today was different. I needed that damn book. The word damn is not a nice word, but I was feeling frustrated, so I had to be polite. I could not be arrogant. I had to be nice to her. Listen, I said. I tried to keep my voice calm. I need that damn book. I said the word again. It just came out. She did not like it. Don't speak like that to a lady, Preppy, she said. She was very direct. She was telling me my manners were bad. I was getting a little angry now. Why are you so sure that I went to prep school? I asked. A prep school is an expensive private school for rich children before they go to university. She was making assumptions about me. She was judging me. She took off her glasses. She looked at me with her eyes. She did not need her glasses to see me. I could see her eyes clearly now. They were brown. They were very pretty. You look stupid and rich, she said. Her words were like a punch. They were very direct and very insulting. Nobody ever called me stupid. Never. I was surprised. And I was angry. I was very angry. You're wrong, I said. My voice was cold. I'm actually clever and poor. I was lying, of course. I was not poor. My family was very rich. But I wanted to argue with her. I wanted to win this conversation. Oh no, Preppy, she said. She did not believe me. She was smiling a little now. I'm clever and poor. She was looking straight at me. She was not afraid of me at all. I looked at her. Her brown eyes were very pretty. I had to admit that. And okay, maybe I did look rich. I wore expensive clothes. I had an expensive watch. But I did not let anyone call me stupid. That was too much. What makes you so clever? I asked her. I wanted to challenge her now. I wanted her to prove her words. I'm not going to go for coffee with you, she said. Her answer was strange. It did not make sense. I was confused. Listen, I said. I was losing my patience. I'm not going to ask you. That, she said, is what makes you stupid. And then she smiled again. It was a very clever smile. She was playing a game with me, a word game, and maybe she was winning. Let me explain something. I took her for coffee later. Why? Because I got the book that I wanted. Yes, I did. And she could not leave the library until closing time. So I had a lot of time to study. I sat in the library and I read the book for a good long time. I studied very hard. And the next day, I got an A in my exam. An A is the best grade you can get. So I was happy about that. I also gave the girl's legs an A. When she came out from behind the library desk, I could see her legs. She had nice legs. After the library closed, we went to a coffee shop. It was a small place near the university. It was warm inside. I ordered coffee for both of us. We sat at a small table. I wanted to know her name. I'm Jennifer Cavallari, she said. I'm American, but my family came from Italy. She told me more about herself. I'm studying music. This was interesting. I liked music. My name is Oliver, I said. I just gave my first name. Is that your first or your last name? She asked. She was very direct. First, I said. My other name is Barrett. I said my last name. Oh, she said. Her eyes opened a little wider. Like Elizabeth Barrett, the writer. Elizabeth Barrett was a famous poet from a long time ago. Yes, I said. No relation. I was pleased. I was very pleased that she said that. I was happy that she had not said Barrett like Barrett Hall. Barrett Hall was a large building at Harvard University. It was not a beautiful building. In fact, it was quite unlovely. My great-grandfather gave it to Harvard a long time ago. My family was very proud of this building, but I was not. I was deeply ashamed of it. I did not like it. I did not like that our name was on it. It made me feel like everyone was watching me. It reminded me that I was a Barrett, and that I had to be perfect. After I said this, she was silent. She just sat there. She was half smiling at me. It was a small, secret smile. I looked at her notebooks on the table. They were for her music studies. I saw some words on the cover. 16th century music, I said. I read it out loud. That sounds difficult. I thought it was a very hard subject. It's too difficult for you, Preppy, she said. Her voice was cold again. She was back to calling me names. She was back to being unfriendly. Why was I letting her talk to me like this? It was a good question. I asked myself this question. Usually, I was the one in control. Usually, I was the one who was confident. But with her, I felt different. I felt unsure. Didn't she read the university magazine? Didn't she know who I was? I was the captain of the ice hockey team. I was a big star on campus. Many people knew who I was. Hey, don't you know who I am? I asked her. I was being a little arrogant now. I wanted to impress her. Yes, she answered. She looked at me calmly. You're the man who owns Barrett Hall. She was wrong. She did not know who I was. She only knew my name. I don't own Barrett Hall, I argued. I felt the need to correct her. My great-grandfather gave it to Harvard. That's all. So that's why his not-so-great-grandson could get into Harvard so easily, she said. Her words were sharp again. She was saying that I did not get into Harvard because I was clever. She was saying I got in because of my family's money and name. I was angry now. I was really angry. Jenny, I said, if I'm no good, why did you want me to invite you for coffee? I remembered our conversation at the library desk. She had tricked me into asking her. She looked straight into my eyes. She did not look away. And then she smiled. It was a real smile this time. A big smile. I like your body, she said. Her answer was a complete surprise. I did not expect it at all. It was so honest and so direct. Every big winner has to be a good loser too. Every good Harvard man knows that. It is a rule we learn. You have to be graceful when you lose. But it is always better if you can win. It feels much better to win. And so, as I walked with Jenny to her dormitory, I made my winning move. I had a plan. I wanted to see her again. Listen, I said. Friday night is the Dartmouth hockey match. Dartmouth was another university. They were our big rivals in sports. So, she said. She did not seem interested. So I'd like you to come, I said. I was inviting her. It was a date. These Radcliffe girls, they really care about sport. That is what people said. They like to watch the games. They like to support the teams. And why? She asked. Should I come to a stupid ice hockey match? She called it stupid. She was trying to make me angry again. But this time I had the perfect answer. I was ready. I was going to win. Because I'm playing, I answered. I said it with a lot of confidence. I knew this would surprise her. And it did. There was a moment's silence. A short pause. In that silence, I think I heard snow falling. It was very quiet. It was winter, and the air was cold. Then she spoke. For which team? She said. Her question was a joke, of course. She was making fun of me again. But this time I did not mind. I knew I had won. She was going to come to the game. By the second quarter of the game on Friday night, we were winning. The score was 1-0. I was on the ice. Ice hockey is a very fast and exciting game. You skate on ice and you try to hit a small black disc called a puck into the other team's goal. My teammate, Davy Johnson, and I were getting ready to score another goal. The crowd was screaming. They were very excited. The people in the crowd always want to see action. They were screaming for blood or a goal. They wanted to see a fight or they wanted to see us score. I always feel that it's my job to give them both of these things. I am a very aggressive player. I like to play hard. I did not look up at Jenny once during the game. I was focused on playing. But I hoped she was watching me. I really hoped she was in the crowd watching me play. Then I got the puck. The puck is the small, hard rubber disc that we use in hockey. I started to skate across the ice with it. I was moving very fast. Davy Johnson was there on my left. He was my teammate. I should have passed the puck to him. That is the smart play. But I did not. I wanted to score this goal myself. I wanted to be the hero. I wanted Jenny to see me score the goal. But before I could shoot the puck, two big Dartmouth men were after me. They were very big and strong. They came at me very fast. In a moment, we were all together. We were hitting the puck and each other as hard as we could. It was very violent. It was a fight for the puck. "You!" a voice said suddenly. It was a loud voice. It was the referee. The referee is the person who makes sure the players follow the rules. 2 minutes in the penalty box, he shouted. I looked up. He was talking to me. The penalty box is a small area off the ice where a player has to sit if they break a rule. It is a punishment. What did I do? I asked. I was angry. I did not think I did anything wrong. Don't argue, the referee shouted. He called to the official's desk. Number 7. 2 minutes in the penalty box for fighting. My number was 7. So he was talking about me. Angrily, I climbed into the penalty box. I had to sit there for 2 minutes. My team had to play with one less player. I was angry with the referee. I was angry with myself. I sat on the small bench in the penalty box. Why are you sitting here when all your friends are playing? A voice said. I knew that voice. It was Jenny's voice. She was standing right next to the penalty box. She was looking at me. I did not answer her. I was too angry to speak. I was focused on the game. Come on, Harvard. Get that puck. I shouted to my teammates. I was trying to encourage them. What did you do wrong? Jenny asked again. She was curious. I tried too hard, I said. It was the truth. I was too aggressive. I wanted to score too much. Out there on the ice, Harvard was playing with only 5 men. The other team had 6 men. It was not fair. It was my fault. Is that something to be ashamed of? Jenny asked. Jenny, please, I said. I'm thinking. I was trying to concentrate on the game. I was thinking about what to do when I got back on the ice. What about? She asked. About those 2 Dartmouth men, I said. My voice was low and angry. When I get back onto the ice, I'll break them into little pieces. I was very angry. I wanted revenge. Do you always fight when you play hockey? She asked. I'll fight you, Jenny, if you don't keep quiet, I said. I was not serious, of course, but I was very frustrated. I wanted her to leave me alone. I'm leaving, she said. Goodbye. I looked around, but she had gone. She was not there anymore. I felt a little sad. Just then, a bell rang. My 2-minute penalty had finished. I could go back and play. I jumped onto the ice again. I was ready to play hard. Good old Barrett, shouted the crowd. The crowd was cheering for me. They were shouting my name. I felt good. I thought to myself, Jenny will hear them shouting for me. I hoped she would be impressed. But then I wondered, where was she? Had she really left? I was worried. As I went for the puck, I looked up into the crowd. I was searching for her. And then I saw her. Jenny was standing there. She had not left. She was watching me. A wave of relief washed over me. I was so happy to see her. I took the puck and I went towards the goal line. I was skating as fast as I could. 2 Dartmouth players were coming straight at me. They were trying to stop me. Go, Oliver, go. Knock their heads off. That was Jenny's voice. I heard her voice above the crowd. It was loud and clear. It was a crazy thing to shout. It was a beautifully violent thing to shout. It was perfect. I felt so much energy when I heard her. I pushed past one Dartmouth man. I knocked hard into the other one. Then I passed the puck to Davy Johnson. He was in a good position. He shot the puck. He banged it into the Dartmouth goal. We scored. The crowd went wild. It was an amazing moment. In a moment, we were all shouting and kissing and banging each other on the back. Our whole team was celebrating. The crowd was screaming with excitement. After that goal, we were unstoppable. We murdered Dartmouth. That means we beat them very badly. The final score was 7-0. It was a great victory for us. After the match, I lay in the hot bath in the changing room. The hot water felt so good. I thought with pride about the game. I had scored 1 goal and I helped to score another goal. I felt like a hero. The water felt wonderful on my tired body. My muscles were sore, but I did not care. I felt happy and proud. Suddenly I remembered. Jenny. Was she still waiting outside for me? I hoped so. I really hoped she was still there. I jumped out of that bath. I got dressed as fast as I could. I put on my clothes very quickly. I ran out of the changing room. Outside, the cold winter air hit me. It was very cold. I looked around for Jenny. I could not see her. I was worried. Had she walked back to her dormitory alone? I did not want her to walk alone in the cold. Suddenly, I saw her. She was standing under a tree. Hey, Preppy. It's cold out here, she said. I was really pleased to see her. I was so happy. I ran to her and gave her a quick kiss. It was just a small kiss on her cheek. Did I say you could kiss me? She said. She was joking with me again. She was pretending to be annoyed. Sorry, I was just excited, I said. But I was not sorry. It was dark and quiet out there in the cold. The campus was empty. It felt like we were the only 2 people in the world. Kissed her again. This time it was a real kiss. It was more slow. When we reached her dormitory, I did not kiss her goodnight. I wanted to say something else. Listen, Jenny, I said. Perhaps I won't telephone you for a few months. I was playing a game with her. I was pretending that I was not interested in her. I wanted to see her reaction. She was silent for a moment. I could see she was thinking. Why? She asked at last. Her voice was small. But perhaps, I said. I'll telephone you as soon as I get back to my dorm. I smiled. I turned and began to walk away. I was feeling very proud of myself. I had won again. Damn Preppy, I heard her say. Her voice was not loud, but I heard it. I turned again. I was about 20 feet away from her. You see, Jenny? I called out to her. That's the kind of thing you say. And when other people do it to you, you don't like it. I wished I could see the look on her face. I bet she was surprised. But I could not look back. My pride would not let me. I had to keep walking away. When I returned to my dorm, my roommate, Ray Stratton, was there. He and I slept in the same room. Ray was playing cards with some of his friends. They were all on the football team. They were big guys. "Hello, Ollie," said Ray. He called me Ollie. "How many goals did you score?" "I scored one and I made one," I answered with pride. "With Cavallari?" he asked. He was making a joke about Jenny. He was asking if I had scored with her. It was a rude joke. "That's none of your business," I replied quickly. I did not want to talk about Jenny with them. "Who's Cavallari?" asked one of the footballers. "Jenny Cavallari," Ray explained, "studies music, plays the piano with the music group." "What does she play with Barrett?" another friend asked. Everyone laughed. It was another rude joke. "Get lost," I said. I went into my room. I did not want to be with them anymore. In my room, I took off my shoes. I lay back on my bed, and I telephoned Jenny's dormitory. I asked to speak to her. She came to the phone. "Hey, Jen," I said softly. "Yes," she answered. "I think I'm in love with you," I said. The words just came out. I had not planned to say them, but I knew they were true. She was silent for a few moments. I waited. My heart was beating fast. Then she answered very softly. "Oliver," she said, "you're crazy." I was not unhappy or surprised by her answer. I knew she felt the same way. A few weeks later, there was another hockey match. We were playing at Cornell University. In that match, I was hurt. My face was badly cut. It was bleeding a lot. The officials gave me a penalty for starting the fight. I got a 5-minute penalty. That was a long time. I sat quietly in the penalty box. The team manager was there with me. He was cleaning the blood off my face with a towel. I was ashamed. I was ashamed to look out onto the ice. My team had to play without me for 5 minutes. I felt like I had let them down, but the shouts of the crowd told me everything. I heard them shout. Cornell scored a goal. The score was 3-3 now. It was a tie. Damn, I thought. We're going to lose this match because of me. I felt terrible. I looked across the ice, among the crowd, and then I saw him, my father. Old Stony Face. That was my secret name for him. His face was always very serious. It was like it was made of stone. He never showed any emotion. He was looking straight at me. I remembered he had called me on the phone before the game. "If the meeting finishes in time, I'll come to Cornell and watch you play," he had told me. And there he was. He had come. His name was Oliver Barrett III. What was he thinking about? Who could say? It was impossible to know what my father was thinking. Why was he here? Family pride, perhaps. He wanted to see his son play. He wanted to show everyone what a good father he was. I could imagine him thinking, "Look at me. I am a very busy, important man, but I have come all the way to Cornell just to watch my son playing a hockey match." We lost the match. The final score was 6-3. After the match, a doctor put 12 stitches in my face. The cut was very deep. When I got to the changing room, it was empty. All my teammates were gone. They don't want to talk to me, I thought. I lost that match. I felt very ashamed. I felt very lonely. I walked out into the cold winter night. "Come and have dinner, son," said a voice. It was my father. It was Old Stony Face. He was waiting for me. At dinner, we had one of our non-conversations. That is what I called our talks. We spoke words to each other, but we did not actually say anything important. We did not share our feelings. Our non-conversations always started with the same question. "How have you been, son?" and they always ended with the same question. Is there anything I can do for you? So my father began. How have you been, son? Fine, sir, I answered. I always called him sir. It was a sign of respect, but it also created a distance between us. Does your face hurt? He asked. No, sir. I lied. It hurt terribly. The stitches were pulling on my skin. Next, old Stonyface talked about playing the game. He gave me a little speech. All right, son, you lost the match, he said. How clever of you to notice, father, I thought to myself. I was being sarcastic in my head. But after all, he continued, in sport, the important thing is the playing, not the winning. I could not believe what I was hearing. This was wonderful. My father was chosen for the Olympic Games when he was young. He was a great athlete. He always won. And now he was telling me that winning is not important. It was complete hypocrisy. I did not say anything. I just looked down at my plate of food. I said, yes, sir, at the right times. I did not want to argue with him. Our non-conversation continued. After playing the game, he discussed my plans for the future. He always wanted to know about my plans. Tell me, Oliver, has the law school accepted you yet? He asked. I wanted to go to Harvard Law School after I finished my university degree. Not yet, sir, I said. Would you like me to telephone them? He asked. He was offering to use his influence to help me. He was a very powerful man. A phone call from him would probably get me into the law school immediately. No, I said at once. I said it too loudly. I want to get a letter like other people, sir. Please. I wanted to do it on my own. I did not want his help. Yes, of course. Fine, he said. After all, they're sure to accept you. Why? I thought. Why were they sure to accept me? Because I'm clever and successful? Or because I'm the son of Oliver Barrett III? I did not know the answer. The meal was as uninteresting as the conversation. The food was expensive, but it had no taste. At last, my father spoke again. There's always the Peace Corps, he said suddenly. The Peace Corps was an organization where young Americans could go to other countries to help poor people. I think the Peace Corps is a fine thing, don't you? Oh, yes, sir, I said politely. I knew nothing about the Peace Corps. I had never thought about it. What do your friends at Harvard think about the Peace Corps? He asked. Do they feel that the Peace Corps is important in our world today? Yes, sir, I said politely. I was just saying what he wanted to hear. I was trying to please him. It was easier than having a real conversation. After dinner, I walked with him to his car. It was a very expensive car, an Aston Martin DBS. Is there anything I can do for you, son? He asked. This was the end of the non-conversation. No, thank you, sir, I said. Good night, sir. Our non-conversation was finished. He drove away. Of course, there are planes. He could have flown to Cornell, but Oliver Barrett III chose to drive. My father likes to drive fast. And at that time of night, in an Aston Martin DBS, you can go very fast indeed. I went to a telephone to call Jenny. That was the only good part of the evening. Talking to her always made me feel better. I told her about the fight in the hockey game. She enjoyed that. Her musical friends never got into fights. I hope you hit the man who hit you, she said. Oh, yes, I said. Good, she said. I'm sorry I couldn't be there to watch you. Perhaps you'll hit somebody in the Yale match. I smiled. Jenny really made me feel better. She understood me. Back at Harvard the next day, I called at her dorm. Jenny was talking to someone on the telephone in the hall. I waited for her to finish. I could hear her conversation. Yes, of course. Oh yes, Phil. I love you too. Love and kisses. Goodbye. Who was she talking to? Who was Phil? I had only been away for 48 hours. And she had found a new boyfriend? I felt a little jealous. Jenny finished her call. She did not seem ashamed at all. She saw me and she smiled. She kissed me lightly on the unhurt side of my face. Hey, you look terrible, she said, looking at my stitches. 12 stitches, Jen. Does the other man look worse than you? She asked. Much worse, I said. I always make the other man look worse. We walked to my car. It was an MG sports car. It was a nice car. Who's Phil? I asked. I tried to sound as careless as I could. I did not want her to know that I was jealous. My father, she said. I could not believe it. You call your father Phil? That's his name, she said simply. What do you call your father? Sir, I answered. It sounded so formal and cold compared to Phil. He must be really proud of you, Jenny said. You're a big hockey star, and you're always successful in your exams. You don't know anything, Jenny, I said. He was good at exams and sport too. He was in the Olympic Games. My God, did he win? She asked. No, actually, I said. Old Stony Face was sick, which makes me feel a little better. Jenny was silent for a moment. She was thinking about what I said. Why do you hate him so much? She asked at last. I'm Oliver Barrett IV, I answered. It was a simple answer, but it explained everything. All Barretts have to be successful, and that means I have to be good at everything all the time. I hate it. Oh, I'm sure you do, laughed Jenny. She was teasing me. You hate doing well in your exams. You hate being a hockey star. But he expects it, I said. I was serious. If I'm successful, he isn't excited or surprised. He was a big success, and he expects me to be the same. I told her about our meal and our non-conversation after the Cornell match. But she did not understand at all. You say your father is a busy man, she said. But he found time to go all the way to Cornell to watch you play. How can you say these terrible things about him when he drove all that way just to watch your hockey match? He loves you, Oliver. Can't you understand that? Forget it, Jenny, I said. She did not understand my family. She did not understand the pressure I was under. She was silent for a moment. I'm pleased you have problems with your father, she said at last. That was a strange thing to say. That means you aren't perfect. Oh, you mean you are perfect? I asked, teasing her back. Of course not, Preppy, she said. That's why I go out with you. Jenny loved to have the last word. She always won our little arguments. I had not yet made love to Jenny. In the 3 weeks we had been together, we had held hands. It was nice to hold her hand. Sometimes we had kissed. They were good kisses, but that was all. Usually I moved much faster with girls. You could ask the other girls that I had been out with. But Jenny was special. I felt different about her. I wanted to wait. I wanted the moment to be perfect. And I did not know what to say to her about it. I was nervous. You're going to fail your exams, Oliver, she said. We were studying in my room one Sunday afternoon. The sun was coming through the window. It was a quiet afternoon. Oliver, you will fail your exams if you don't do some work. I am working, I said. No, you aren't, she said. You're looking at my legs. Only once every chapter, I joked. That book has very short chapters, she said, smiling. Listen, you aren't as good looking as all that, I teased her. I know, she said. But you think I am, don't you? Damn it, Jenny, I said. I could not concentrate on my book anymore. My feelings for her were too strong. How can I study when all the time I want to make love to you? It was the truth. It was all I could think about. She closed her book softly. She put it down on the floor. She put her arms around me. She looked at me with her pretty brown eyes. Oliver, she said softly, will you please make love to me? It all happened at once. It was not planned. It was spontaneous. It was also so unhurried. We were not in a rush. It was soft and gentle. And I was gentle too. I was not the aggressive hockey player. I was someone else. Was this the real Oliver Barrett IV? I wondered. It was a perfect moment. It was a beautiful moment. It was a moment I will never forget. Hey, Oliver, Jenny said finally. We were lying in bed together. Did I ever tell you that I love you? No, Jen, I said. I kissed her neck. I love you very much, Oliver, she said. I loved Ray Stratton too. He was not a lover, he was my friend, my roommate. He's not very clever and he's not a wonderful footballer, but he was a good friend to me. Where did he go to study when I was in our room with Jenny? Where did he sleep on those Saturdays when Jenny and I spent the night together? He was a very good friend. In the old days, I always told him all about my girlfriends. We shared everything. But I never told him about Jenny and me. It was too special. It was private. My God, Barrett, are you two sleeping together or not? Asked Ray one day. He was getting frustrated with my silence. Raymond, please don't ask, I said. You spend every minute of your free time with her, he said. It isn't natural. Ray, when two adults are in love, I started to explain. Love? At your age? He interrupted me. My God, I worry about you. I really do. Don't worry, Raymond, old friend, I said. We'll have that flat in New York one day. Different girls every night. We used to have this dream of living together in New York after university. It was a silly dream. Don't you tell me not to worry, Barrett, he said. That girl's got you. And I don't like it. He was worried about me. He was worried that I was getting too serious. That evening, I went to hear Jenny play the piano. She was playing with the university music group. They were giving a concert. She was a very talented musician. You were wonderful, I said afterwards. That shows what you know about music, Preppy, she said. She was always so critical of herself. We walked along the river together. The moon was out. It was a beautiful night. I played okay, she said. Not wonderful, not Olympic Games. Just okay. Okay, I said. But you should always continue your music. Of course I will, she said. I'm going to study with Nadia Boulanger, aren't I? Who? I asked. I had never heard that name before. Nadia Boulanger. She's a famous music teacher in Paris. I'm very lucky. I won a scholarship too. A scholarship is special money to help a student study. Jennifer, you're going to Paris? I was shocked. I did not know about this. Paris was so far away. I've never seen Europe, she said. I'm really excited about it. I took her by the arms. I pulled her towards me. Hey, how long have you known this? I asked. Jenny looked down at her feet. She did not look at me. Oliver, don't be stupid, she said. We can't do anything about it. After we finish university, you'll go your way, and I'll go mine. You'll go to law school. Wait a minute, I said. What are you talking about? She looked into my eyes. "Ollie, you're a rich preppy. Your old man owns a bank. My father's a baker in Cranston, Rhode Island. And I'm nobody. What does that matter?" I asked. "We're together now. We're happy." "Ollie, don't be stupid," she repeated. "Harvard is full of all kinds of different people. You study together, you have fun together, but afterwards you have to go back to where you belong." "We belong together," I said. I was sure of this. "Don't leave me, Jenny. Please." "What about my scholarship?" she asked. "What about Paris? What about our marriage?" I said. The word just came out. Marriage. "Who said anything about marriage?" said Jenny in surprise. "Me," I said. "I'm saying it now." "Why?" she asked. I looked straight into her eyes. "Because," I said. It was the only reason I needed. Because I loved her. "Oh," said Jenny. "That's a very good reason." She took my arm and we walked along the river. There was nothing more to say, really. The decision was made. The next Sunday we drove to visit my parents. They lived in Ipswich, Massachusetts. It was a big house in the country. Jenny said it was the right thing to do. She wanted to meet my parents. And, of course, there was also the fact that my father, Oliver III, paid for my studies at Harvard. I needed his permission, in a way. "Oh my God," Jenny said when we drove up to the house. "I didn't expect this. It's like a damn palace." "Please, Jen, everything will be fine," I said. "For a nice, all-American girl of good family, perhaps," she said. "Not for Jennifer Cavallari, baker's daughter from Cranston, Rhode Island." Flor, our parents' housekeeper, opened the door. She has worked for the Barrett family for many years. She told us that my parents were waiting in the library. We followed her past a long line of pictures of famous Barretts, my ancestors. We walked past a glass case full of silver and gold cups that my family had won in sports and other competitions. "They look just like real silver and gold," said Jenny. "They don't give cups like those at the Cranston Sports Club. They are real silver and gold," I answered. "My God, are they yours?" she asked. "No, my father's." "Do you have silver and gold cups too, Oliver?" "Yes," I said. "In a glass case like these?" "No," I said. "Up in my room, under the bed." She gave me one of her good Jenny looks. Playful, teasing look. "We'll go and look at them later, shall we?" Before I could answer, we heard a voice. "Ah, hello there." It was my father. It was old Stony Face. "Oh, hello, sir. This is Jennifer." "Hello there," he said. He shook her hand. Before I could say her full name, he smiled. There was a smile on his usually rock-like face. It was a rare sight. "Do come in and meet Mrs. Barrett. My wife, Allison. This is Jennifer Cavallari," I said. For the first and only time, I got her damn name wrong. I was nervous. "Cavallari," said Jenny politely, correcting me. Mother and Jenny shook hands. All through dinner, my mother kept the polite small talk going. She asked Jenny questions about her life. "So your people are from Cranston, Jennifer?" said my mother. "Mostly," Jenny answered. "My mother came from Fall River." "The Barretts have factories at Fall River," said my father. "Where they cheated their workers for centuries," said Oliver IV. That was me. I said it to annoy him. "In the 19th century," said my father, correcting me. "What about the plans to put automatic machines in the factories?" I asked. This was a new argument. "What about coffee?" my mother said quickly. She always tried to stop our arguments. We moved back into the library for coffee. We sat there with nothing to say to each other. The silence was uncomfortable, so I started a new non-conversation, just like the ones I had with my father. "Tell me, Jennifer," I said, "what do you think about the Peace Corps?" She looked at me in surprise. She knew I was just trying to fill the silence. "Oh, have you told them, Oli?" asked my mother. Oli was her special name for me. "It isn't the time for that, my dear," said my father, with an ask me look on his face. He wanted me to ask him. "What's this, father?" I asked just to please him. "Nothing important, son." "I don't know how you can say that," said my mother. She turned to me. "Your father is going to be head of the Peace Corps." "Oh," I said. "Oh," said Jenny, in a different, happier kind of voice. "Well done, Mr. Barrett." She gave me a hard look. A look that said, "You should say something nice too." "Yes, well done, sir," I said at last. My voice was flat. I did not feel happy for him. "Jenny, he isn't going to be president of the USA after all." We were driving back to Harvard. We were in my car. "You still weren't very nice to him about it, Oliver," she said. She was disappointed in me. I said, "Well done." "Ha, Oliver, why are you so unkind to your father?" she asked. "You hurt him all the time," I said. "It's impossible to hurt Oliver Barrett III. "No, it isn't," she said. "If you marry Jennifer Cavallari." "Oliver, I know you love me," she continued. "But in a strange way, you want me because I'm not a suitable woman for a Barrett to marry. You are rebelling against your father." My father said the same thing a few days later, when we had lunch together at the Harvard Club in Boston. It was a very exclusive club for Harvard graduates. "Son, you're in too much of a hurry," he said. "The young lady herself is fine. The problem is you. You are rebelling and you know it." "Father," I said, "what worries you most about her? That she's Italian, or that she's poor? What do you like most about her?" he asked back. He had turned my question against me. "I'm leaving," I said. I stood up to go. "Stay and talk like a man," he said. I stayed. Old stony face like that. "He's won again," I thought angrily. "Wait a while, son," my father continued. "That's all I ask. Finish law school. Why do I have to wait?" I was rebelling now. "Oliver, you are still under 21. In the eyes of the law, you are not yet an adult. Stop talking like a lawyer. Damn it. If you marry her now," he said, his voice very serious, "you will get nothing from me." "Father," I said, "you've got nothing that I want." I walked out of his club and out of his life. After that, I was not looking forward to meeting Jenny's father. She was his only child, and her mother was dead. She meant a lot to him. I could see a lot of problems there, and I was penniless. I had no money. How is Mr. Cavallari going to feel, I thought, when he hears that young Barrett can't support his daughter? Worse, she will have to work as a teacher to support him while he is at law school. As we drove down to Cranston on that Sunday in May, I worried a lot about Mr. Cavallari's feelings. "Tell me again, Jen," I said. "Okay." I telephoned him, and he said, "Okay, but what does he mean by okay?" I asked, "Are you trying to tell me that Harvard Law School has accepted a man who doesn't know the meaning of okay?" "It isn't a word that lawyers use much, Jen. Just tell me again, please." "He knows you're poor and he doesn't mind. Stop worrying, Oliver." Jenny lived on Hamilton Street. It was a long line of wooden houses. Children were playing in front of them, and whole families were sitting on their front steps. I felt like a stranger in a strange land as I parked the MG outside 189A Hamilton Street. Mr. Cavallari's handshake was warm and strong. "How do you do, sir?" I said. "I'm Phil," he said. "Phil, sir," I said. It was a frightening moment. I did not know what to call him. Then Mr. Cavallari turned to his daughter. Suddenly, they were in each other's arms, laughing and crying and kissing. I felt like a stranger for some time. I did not have to speak much. "Don't speak with your mouth full," my family had told me when I was a child. Phil and his daughter kept my mouth full all afternoon. I don't know how many Italian cakes I ate. Both Cavalleris were very pleased. "He's okay," said Phil at last. "I told you he was okay," said his daughter. "Well, I had to see for myself. Now I've seen him. Oliver." "Yes, sir. Call me Phil. You're okay." Later, Phil tried to have a serious talk with me. He thought he could bring Oliver Barrett III and Oliver Barrett IV together again. "Let me speak to him on the telephone," he said. "A father's love is a very special thing. There isn't much of it in my family," I said. "Your father will soon realize," he began. "When it's time to go to the church, Phil," said Jenny gently. "We don't want to be married in church." He looked surprised, then unhappy, but he spoke bravely. "It's your wedding, children. You choose. It's okay by me." My next meeting was with the head of Harvard Law School. "I'll need a scholarship for next year, sir," I said politely. "A scholarship? I don't understand." "Your father." "My father has nothing to do with it, sir," I interrupted. "We've had a disagreement, and he isn't supporting me anymore." The head took off his glasses, then put them on again. I continued, "That's why I've come here to see you, sir. I'm getting married next month. We're both going to work during the summer. Then Jenny will support us by teaching. But her teaching won't pay enough to send me to law school, sir. I need a scholarship. I have no money in the bank." "Mr. Barrett," he said, "our scholarships are for poor people, and it's too late to ask for one. I do not wish to enter into a family disagreement, but I think you should go and talk to your father again." "Oh no," I said angrily. "I am not going back to my father to ask for money." When Jenny graduated from university that summer, all her relations came from Cranston to watch. We didn't tell them about our marriage plans because we wanted a quiet wedding and didn't want to hurt their feelings. I graduated from Harvard the next day. Was Oliver III there in the university hall? I don't know. I didn't look for old Stony Face in the crowd. I gave my parents tickets to Jenny and Phil. But as an old Harvard man, my father could sit with the class of 26. But why should he want to? I mean, weren't the banks open that day? The wedding was on the next Sunday. It was very quiet and very beautiful. Phil was there, of course, and my friend Ray Stratton. Jenny and I spoke about our love for each other and promised to stay together until death. Ray gave me the ring, and soon Oliver Barrett IV and Jennifer Cavallari were man and wife. We had a small party afterwards, just the four of us. Then Ray and Phil went home, and Jenny and I were alone together. "Jenny, we're really married." "Yes. Now I can be as terrible to you as I like." For 3 years, we had to make every dollar do the work of two. We had very little money. All through the summer holidays, we worked at the boat club in Dennisport. It was hard work, but we were never too tired to be kind to each other. I say kind, because there are no words to describe our love and happiness together. After the summer, we found a cheap flat near the university. It was on the top floor of an old house. It was actually very expensive for us, but what could we do? There weren't many flats around. "Hey, Preppy," said Jenny when we arrived there. "Are you my husband? Or aren't you?" "Of course I'm your husband." "Show me then," she said. My God, I thought, in the street. Carry me into our first home. I carried her up the 5 steps to the front door. "Why did you stop?" she asked. "This isn't our home." "Upstairs, Preppy." There were 24 stairs up to our flat, and I had to stop halfway. "Why are you so heavy?" I asked her. "Perhaps I'm expecting a baby." "My God, are you? Ha! I frightened you then, didn't I?" "Well, yes, just for a second or two." I carried her the rest of the way. There were very few moments in those days when we were not worrying about money. Very few and very wonderful. And that moment was one of them. A food shop let us eat now, pay later, thanks to the Barrett name. But our famous name did not help us in Jenny's work. The head of the school where she taught thought we were rich. "Of course, we can't pay our teachers very much," said Miss Whitman. "But that won't worry you, Mrs. Barrett." Jenny tried to explain that Barretts had to eat just like other people. Miss Whitman just laughed politely. "Don't worry," Jenny said to me. "We'll manage. Just learn to like spaghetti." I did. I learned to like spaghetti, and Jenny learned lots of different ways of cooking it. With Jenny's pay from school, and our money from our summer work and my holiday jobs, we managed. Our lives had changed a lot, of course. There was no more music for Jenny. She had to teach all day and came home very tired. Then she had to cook dinner. Restaurants were too expensive for us. There were a lot of films that we didn't see, and places and people that we didn't visit. But we were doing okay. One day, a beautiful invitation arrived. It was for my father's 60th birthday party. "Well," said Jenny. I was in the middle of a thick law book and did not hear her at first. "Oliver, he's reaching out to you." "No, he isn't. My mother wrote it." "Now be quiet. I'm studying. I've got exams in 2 weeks." Ollie, think. 60 years old. Damn it. How do you know that he'll still be alive when you decide to forget your disagreement? I don't know, and I don't care. Now let me get on with my work. "One day," said Jenny, "when you're having problems with Oliver V, our son won't be called Oliver." "You can be sure of that," I said angrily. "You can call him Bozo if you like. But that child will feel bad about you because you were a big Harvard sportsman, and by the time he goes to university you'll probably be a big, important lawyer." She continued, "Oliver, your father loves you in the same way as you will love Bozo. But you Barretts are so full of pride. You'll go through life thinking that you hate each other. Now what about that invitation? Write them a nice letter of refusal, Oliver. I can't hurt your father like that. What's their telephone number?" I told her and was at once deep in my law book again. I tried not to listen to her talking on the telephone, but she was in the same room after all. Suddenly I thought, how long does it take to say no? "Ollie." Jenny had her hand over the telephone mouthpiece. "Ollie, do we have to say no?" "Yes, we do. And hurry up. Damn it." "I'm terribly sorry," she said into the telephone. She covered the mouthpiece again and turned to me. "He's very unhappy, Oliver. Can you just sit there and let your father bleed?" "Stones don't bleed, Jen. This isn't one of your warm, loving Italian fathers." "Oliver, can't you just speak to him?" "Speak to him? Are you crazy?" She held the telephone towards me. She was trying not to cry. "I will never speak to him. Ever," I said. Now she was crying very quietly. Then she asked me once more. "For me, Oliver?" I've never asked you for anything. Please. I couldn't do it. Didn't Jenny understand? It was just impossible. Unhappily, I shook my head. Then Jenny spoke to me quietly and very angrily. You have no heart, she said. She spoke into the telephone again. Mr. Barrett? Oliver wants you to know. She was crying, so it wasn't easy for her. Oliver loves you very much, she said, and put the telephone down quickly. I don't know why I did it. Perhaps I went crazy for a moment. Violently, I took the telephone and threw it across the room. Damn you, Jenny. Why don't you get out of my life? I stood still for a second. My God, I thought, what's happening to me? I turned to look at Jenny, but she had gone. I looked around the flat for her. Her coat was still there, but she had disappeared. I ran out of the house and searched everywhere for her. The law school library, Radcliffe, the music school. Was she in one of the music rooms? I heard somebody playing the piano loudly and very badly. Was it Jenny? I pushed the door open. A big Radcliffe girl was at the piano. What's the matter? She asked. Nothing, I answered, and closed the door again. Where? Oh, where had she gone? I felt terrible. I searched the university, the streets, and the cafes. Nothing. Had she taken a bus to Cranston, perhaps? At midnight, I found a telephone box and called Phil. Hello? He said sleepily. What's the matter? Is Jenny ill? My God, I thought. She isn't there. She's fine, Phil. I just called to say hello. You should call more often, damn it, he said. Is Cranston so far away that you can't come down on a Sunday afternoon? We'll come some Sunday, Phil, I promise. Don't give me that some Sunday indeed. This Sunday, Oliver. Yes, sir. This Sunday. And next time you telephone, I'll pay. Damn it. Okay? He put down the telephone. I stood there and wondered what to do. At last, I went back to the flat. Jenny was sitting on the top step. I was too tired to cry, too glad to speak. I forgot my key, said Jenny. I stood there on the bottom step. I was afraid to ask how long she had been there. I only knew that I had hurt her terribly. Jenny, I'm sorry. Stop, she said. Then she added, love means you never have to say you're sorry. We walked up to our flat. As we undressed, she looked lovingly at me. I meant what I said, Oliver. And that was all. When the letter came from the law school, it changed our lives. I came third in the final examinations, and suddenly everyone wanted to offer me jobs. It was a wonderful time. Think of it. An all-American boy with a famous name, third in his examinations, and a Harvard hockey player, too. Crowds of people were fighting to get my name and number on their company writing paper. At last, I accepted a job with Jonas and Marsh in New York. I was the highest paid graduate of my year, too. After 3 years of spaghetti and looking twice at every dollar, it felt wonderful. We moved to a beautiful flat in New York. Jonas and Marsh's office was an easy 10-minute walk away, and there were lots of fashionable shops nearby, too. I told my wife to get in there and start spending immediately. Why, Oliver? Woman, you supported me for 3 years. Now it's my turn. I joined the Harvard Club of New York. Ray Stratton was working in New York, too, and we played tennis together 3 times a week. My old Harvard friends discovered me once more, and invitations arrived. Say no, Oliver. I don't want to spend my free time with a lot of empty-headed preppies. Okay, Jen, but what shall I tell them? Tell them I'm expecting a baby. Are you? She smiled. No, but if we stay at home tonight, perhaps I will. We already had a name for our child. You know, I said one evening, I really like the name Bozo. You honestly want to call our child Bozo? Yes, it's the name of a big sports star. He'll be wonderfully big and strong. I continued. Bozo Barrett, Harvard's biggest football star. We had a name for our child, and we wanted him very much. But it's not always easy to make a baby, although we tried very hard. Finally, I became worried and we went together to see a doctor. Dr. Shepard checked everything carefully. He took some of our blood and sent it away for examination. We'll know soon, he said. A few days later, he telephoned me at my office and asked me to visit him on my way home that evening. Well, doctor, I said, which of us has the problem? It's Jenny, he said. She will never have children. I was ready for this news, but it still shook me. Well, I said, children aren't everything. Oliver, said Dr. Shepard, the problem is more serious than that. Jenny is very ill. She has a blood disease. It is destroying her blood, and we can't stop it. She is dying, Oliver. I am very sorry. That's impossible, doctor, I said. I waited for the doctor to tell me that it was not true. Kindly and patiently, he explained again, and at last I understood the terrible words. Have you spoken to Jenny, doctor? What did you tell her? I told her that you were both all right. For the moment, it's better that way. I wanted to shout and scream at the unfairness of it all. Jenny was 24 and she was dying. What can I do to help, doctor? I asked at last. Just be natural, he said. Natural. I began to think about God. At first I hated him. The next morning, I woke up and she was there beside me. Still there. I was ashamed. Thank you, God, I thought. Thank you for letting me wake up and see Jennifer. Be natural, the doctor had said. I did my best, and all the time I was living with my terrible secret. One day, Mr. Jonas called me into his office. Oliver, I have an important job for you. How soon can you go to Chicago? You can take one of the younger men with you. One of the younger men? I was the youngest man in the office. I understood the message. Oliver, although you are still only 24, you are one of our top men. Thank you, sir, I said, but I can't leave New York just now. I had decided not to tell anyone about my troubles. I wanted to keep my secret as long as possible. I could see that old man Jonas was unhappy about my refusal. On the way home that day, I saw a notice in a travel shop window, "Fly to Paris." Suddenly, I remembered Jenny's words. What about my scholarship? What about Paris? I went into the shop and bought 2 tickets to Paris. Jenny was looking gray and tired when I got home. When I showed her the tickets, she shook her head. Oliver, she said gently, I don't want Paris. I just want you, and I want time, which you can't give me. Now I looked in her eyes and saw the sadness in them. We sat there silently, holding each other. Then Jenny explained. I was feeling terrible. I went back to the doctor, and he told me, I'm dying. Now I didn't have to be natural anymore. We had no more secrets from each other. Now we could discuss things that young husbands and wives don't usually have to discuss. You must be strong, Oliver, she said. For Phil, it's going to be hard for him. He needs your help. Okay, I'll be strong, I promised. I hoped Jenny could not see how frightened I was. A month later, just after dinner, Jenny was playing Chopin on the piano. Suddenly, she stopped. Are you rich enough to pay for a taxi? She asked. Of course. Where do you want to go? To the hospital. In the next few busy, worried moments, while I hurriedly packed a bag, I realized, this is it. I thought, Jenny is going to walk out of this flat and never come back. I wondered what she was thinking. She sat there, looking straight in front of her. Hey, I said, is there anything special that you want to take with you? No, she said. Then she thought again. Yes, you. The taxi driver thought Jenny was expecting a baby. Is this your first? He asked. I was holding Jenny in my arms, and I felt ready to explode. Please, Ali, Jenny said to me softly. He's trying to be nice to us. Yes, I told the driver. It's our first, and my wife isn't feeling very well, so can you hurry, please? He got us to the hospital in 10 minutes. Good luck, he called as he drove away. Jenny thanked him. She was having trouble walking. I wanted to carry her, but she said clearly, not this time, Preppy. So we walked. Have you got health insurance? They asked us in the hospital. No, we had never thought about buying insurance. We were too busy buying furniture and kitchen things. Of course, the doctors knew about Jenny and they were expecting us. Listen, I told them, do your best for Jenny. I don't care what it costs. I want her to have the best. Please, I've got the money. I jumped into my MG and drove through the night to Boston. I changed my shirt in the car before I entered the offices on State Street. It was only 8 o'clock in the morning, but several important-looking people were waiting to see Oliver Barrett III. His secretary recognized me and spoke my name into the telephone. My father did not say, "Show him in." Instead, the door opened and he came out to meet me. "Oliver," he said. His hair was a little grayer, and his face had lost some of its color. "Come in, son," he said. I walked into his office and sat down opposite him. For a moment we looked at each other. Then he looked away and so did I. I looked at the things on his desk. The scissors, the pen holder, the letter opener, the photos of my mother and me. "How have you been, son?" he asked. "Very well, sir." "Father, I need to borrow $5,000. He looked hard at me. "May I know the reason?" he said at last. "I can't tell you, Father. Just lend me the money, please." I felt that he didn't want to refuse or argue with me. He wanted to give me the money, but he also wanted to talk. "Don't they pay you at Jonas and Marsh?" "Yes, sir." "So he knows where I work," I thought. He probably knows how much they pay me, too. And doesn't Jennifer teach, too? Well, I thought he doesn't know everything. "Please leave Jennifer out of this, Father. This is a personal matter. A very important personal matter." "Have you got a girl into trouble?" he asked quietly. "Yes," I lied. "That's it. Now give me the money, please." I think he knew that I was lying. But I don't think he wanted to know my real reason for wanting the money. He was asking because he wanted to talk. He took out his checkbook and opened it slowly. Not to hurt me, I'm sure, but to give himself time. Time to find things to say. Things that would not hurt the two of us. He finished writing the check, took it out of the checkbook, and held it out towards me. When I did not reach out my hand to take it, he pulled back his hand and placed the check on his desk. He looked at me again. "Here it is, son." The look on his face seemed to say more, but still he did not speak. I did not want to leave either, but I couldn't think of anything painless to say. And we couldn't sit there, wanting to talk, but unable to look at each other. I picked up the check and put it carefully into my shirt pocket. I got up and went towards the door. I wanted to thank my father for seeing me when several important people were waiting outside his office. If I want, I thought, he will send his visitors away just to be with me. I wanted to thank him for that, but the words refused to come. I stood there with the door half open, and at last I managed to look at him and say, "Thank you, Father." Then I had to tell Phil Cavallari. He did not cry or say anything. He quietly closed his house in Cranston and came to live in our flat. We all have ways of living with our troubles. Some people drink too much. Phil cleaned the flat again and again. Perhaps he thought Jenny would come home again. Poor Phil. Next, I telephoned Old Man Jonas. I told him why I could not come into the office. I kept the conversation short because I knew he was unhappy. He wanted to say things to me, but could not find the words. I knew all about that. Phil and I lived for hospital visiting hours. The rest of life, eating and sleeping or not sleeping, meant nothing to us. One day in the flat, I heard Phil saying very quietly, "I can't take this much longer." I did not answer him. I just thought to myself, I can take it, dear God. I can take it as long as you want because Jenny is Jenny. That evening, she sent me out of her room. She wanted to speak to her father man to man. "But don't go too far away," she added. I went to sit outside. Then Phil appeared. "She wants to see you now," he said. "Close the door," Jenny ordered. I went to sit by her bed. I always liked to sit beside her and look at her face, because it had her eyes shining in it. "It doesn't hurt, Ollie. Really," she said. "It's like falling off a high building. Very slowly. Something moved deep inside me. I am not going to cry," I said to myself. "I'm strong, okay? And strong men don't cry. But if I'm not going to cry, then I can't open my mouth." I said. "No, you don't know, Preppy," she said. "You've never fallen off a high building in your life." "Yes, I have." My voice came back. "I did. When I met you." She smiled. "Who cares about Paris?" she said suddenly. "Paris, music, all that. You think you stole it from me, don't you? I can see it in your face." "Well, I don't care, you stupid Preppy. Can't you accept that?" "No," I answered honestly. "Then get out of here," she said angrily. "I don't want you at my damn deathbed." "Okay, I accept it," I said. "That's better. Now, will you do something for me?" From somewhere inside me came this sudden, violent need to cry. But I was strong. I was not going to cry. I said again. "Will you please hold me, Oliver?" I put my hand on her arm. Oh God. She was so thin, and held it. "No, Oliver," she said. "Really hold me. Put your arms around me." Very, very carefully, I got onto the bed and put my arms around her. "Thanks, Ollie." Those were her last words. Phil Cavallari was waiting outside. "Phil," I said softly. He looked up, and I think he already knew. I walked over and put my hand on his arm. "I won't cry," he said quietly. "I'm going to be strong for you. I promise, Jenny." He touched my hand very gently, but I had to be alone, to feel the night air, to take a walk perhaps. Downstairs, the entrance hall of the hospital was very calm and quiet. The only noise was the sound of my footsteps on the hard floor. Oliver. It was my father. Except for the woman at the desk, we were all alone there. I could not speak to him. I went straight towards the door. But in a moment he was out there, standing beside me. "Oliver," he said. "Why didn't you tell me?" It was very cold. That was good because I wanted to feel something. My father continued to speak to me while I stood still and felt the cold wind on my face. "I heard this evening. I jumped into the car at once. I was not wearing a coat. The cold was starting to make me ache. Good. Oliver, said my father. I want to help. Jenny's dead. I told him. I'm sorry, he said very softly. I don't know why I did it, but I repeated Jenny's words from long ago. Love means you never have to say you're sorry. Then I did something which I had never done in front of him before. My father put his arms around me, and I cried. Please remember to subscribe, like this video, and ring the bell so you never miss another one of our stories. Story: The Letters I Never Read. My name is Thomas Gray. I was 33 years old. I lived in a big city called New York. My apartment was in a tall building. It was on a very high floor. When I looked out my window, I could see the whole city. The city was always busy. There were many cars and many people. The lights of the city were very bright at night. I liked my apartment. It was modern and clean. The floors were shiny, and the furniture was new. I had a big television and a comfortable sofa. But I was not home very often. I was always working. My job was important. I worked for a big company. People said I was smart. They said I was successful. I had a lot of money. I wore expensive suits. My suits were always clean. I wore shiny black shoes. On my wrist, I wore a gold watch. My watch was very expensive. It told me the time, but it also told people that I was important. My life was very fast. My phone never stopped ringing. It rang all day. Sometimes it rang at night too. People called me for work. I had many meetings. I had to talk to many people. I had dinners at fancy restaurants. I went to parties. There were always new faces. I met new people every day. They smiled at me. They talked to me. But I felt like I did not know them. And they did not know me. My life was full of noise and people. But I felt empty inside. Something was missing. Someone was missing. Her name was Eleanor Gray. She was my mother. She lived very far from the city. She did not live in a tall building. Her house was small. It was an old house. The wooden floor made a soft sound when she walked on it. Her town was very quiet. There were no loud cars. There was no noise from big crowds. In her town, you could hear the wind. You could hear the birds sing in the morning. Inside her house, there was an old clock. The clock made a soft ticking sound. It was a peaceful sound. My mother had a garden. She loved her garden. She had many roses there. The roses were red and pink and white. She took care of them herself. She watered them every day. She talked to her flowers. Her favorite chair was in the living room. It was next to a big window. From the window, she could see the road. Every morning, she made a cup of tea. Then she sat in her chair. She looked at the road. She just looked and waited. She waited for a long time. She hoped for something. She hoped that one day, she would see a car stop. She hoped that I would get out of the car. She hoped that I would walk to her door. She hoped I would come back home. But I never came back. I never did. I remember when I first moved to New York. In the beginning, I missed my mother very much. The city was big and strange. I felt alone. So I called her every week. I called her every Sunday. I told her about my job. I told her about the big buildings and the busy streets. I told her about the new food I tried. I tried to make her laugh. And she did. I could hear her smile on the phone. I promised her I would visit soon. I will come home for Christmas, I said. She always said the same thing. Take care of yourself, Thomas. Don't skip your meals. Get enough sleep. Her voice was soft and warm. It made me feel safe. But then, things started to change. My job became bigger. I got more work. I had more meetings. I started to forget to call. The calls stopped being every week. They became once a month. Then they stopped completely. I did not call her anymore. I told myself I was busy. I told myself she would understand. But my mother, she kept waiting. She sat by the phone. She hoped it would ring. She looked at it every day. But it was silent. The phone in her small, quiet house never rang again with my voice. Why did I stop? Why did I not go back? I did not know it at the time, but the city was changing me. It was changing me slowly, day by day. When I first arrived, I missed everything about my old life. I missed my mother's voice. I missed the smell of her cooking. I missed her warm hugs. Her hugs were always so gentle. But the city was a different world. The more time I spent in New York, the more I forgot the small, important things. The people around me were different. They were rich. They were fast. They talked about money and power. They talked about fashion and parties. They never talked about their families. They did not care about small towns. They thought small towns were boring. They thought people from small towns were not smart. I started to think like them. I wanted to be like them. I wanted them to accept me. One night I was at a big party. There was loud music and many people. I was talking to a group of people. I said something about my mother. I do not remember what I said, but a girl in the group started laughing. She had a glass of wine in her hand. She looked at me and said, "You still call your mom? That's so sweet. Are you a little boy?" Her friends laughed too. They all looked at me. Another person said, "You are too good for that simple village life. Don't ever go back there. You belong here with us." Their laughter felt like a sharp knife. I felt a pain in my chest, but I did not show it. I laughed with them. I pretended it was a funny joke, but deep inside something broke. Something important was lost in that moment. From that day, I made a decision. I decided to forget my past. I never talked about my mother again. I stopped telling people where I came from. I started to lie. When someone asked about my parents, I said they lived in another country. I said they traveled a lot. I said I did not like to talk about family. I was building a new person. This new person was not the real Thomas. This new person was strong and successful. This new person did not have a past in a small town. This new person did not have a mother who waited for him. I became someone else. And that person did not answer his mother's calls. I saw her name on my phone screen. I would look at it, and my heart would beat fast. But I would put the phone down. I would let it ring until it stopped. I made excuses in my mind. I am busy, I told myself. I have an important meeting. I need to sleep early tonight. But the real reason was simple. The truth was very simple. I was afraid. I was running away. I was running away from love. I was running away from the truth. I was running away from who I was. I was scared that people would laugh at me again. I was scared they would find out that I was just a boy from a small town. My mother did not stop trying. She could not call me, so she started to write letters. Every month, a letter arrived for me. It was in a simple white envelope. Her handwriting was on the front. It was beautiful and careful. She used simple words in her letters. She never said she was angry. She never said she was sad or hurt. She never asked me why I didn't call. She only wrote about small things. She wrote, "I miss you, Thomas." She wrote, "I hope you are sleeping well at night." One time, she wrote, "I was cleaning your old room today. I found an old photo of you from your school. You were so small. You had a big, happy smile. These letters came month after month, year after year. I did not read them. Maybe I read the first one, or maybe the first two. After that, I just took them from the mailbox. I would look at the envelope. I would see her handwriting. I would feel a little bit of guilt. Then I would open a drawer in my desk. I put the letter inside. I put it on top of the other letters. Soon, the drawer was full of her letters. They were a stack of unopened love, a mountain of silent hope. I never threw them away. I could not do that. I think somewhere, deep inside my heart, a small part of me wanted to keep them. Maybe I thought I would read them one day. A day when I was not so busy. A day when I felt stronger. But that day never came. The drawer stayed closed. The letters stayed unread. And the years passed. The city lights became brighter, and the memory of my mother's face grew dimmer. Years went by. Time did not stop for me, and it did not stop for her. My mother grew older. Her hair turned from brown to gray, and then to white. Her hands, which were once so strong, started to shake. It was hard for her to hold a cup of tea. Her eyes became weak. She needed glasses to read. But even with glasses, the words were sometimes blurry. Her back started to hurt. It hurt when she worked in her garden. It hurt when she cleaned the floor of her small house. But she never stopped. She kept her life moving. She kept her hope alive. Every Sunday, she did a special thing. Sunday was always our day when I was a boy. On Sundays, she cooked my favorite food. It was a simple soup with chicken and vegetables. She made a big pot of it. She set the table for 2 people. One for her and one for me. The second chair was always empty. But in her heart, I was there. She kept my old room clean. The room was exactly as I had left it. She dusted the furniture. She changed the bed sheets every week with fresh, clean ones. She made sure my old books were still on the shelf. She did not move anything. She wanted everything to be ready for me. She believed that I would come back. She truly believed it. One day, I would walk through the door, and my room would be waiting for me. It would feel like home. Every single morning, her routine was the same. She would wake up early. She would go to her favorite chair by the window. She would sit and look at the long, empty road. She watched every car that passed. If a car slowed down near her house, her heart would beat faster. A little bit of hope would rise in her chest. Is it him? She would think. Is it Thomas? But the car would always drive away. It was never me. It was never my car. It was always a neighbor or a delivery truck. The hope would fade, and she would be left alone again with the silence. She talked to her neighbors about me. She was always proud. She did not want them to know her pain. She would smile and say, "My son is very busy. He has a very important job in the big city. He will come home when he has some time. He is a good boy. He always remembers his mother." She said these words, but deep in her heart, she knew the truth. She knew I had forgotten her. She knew that the city had taken me away from her. Still, she smiled for the world. Still, she prayed for me every night before she slept. She prayed for my health. She prayed for my happiness. And still, she sent the letters. Her letters were always gentle. They were full of a love that I did not deserve. She wrote, "You must be very tired these days, my dear. I know that work is hard. I hope there is someone there to give you a warm bowl of soup when you are sick." Another letter said, "Today I was looking at your old childhood photo album. I found a picture of us in the park. You were holding my hand so tightly. You looked so happy in that picture. I hope you still smile like that, Thomas. I hope you still find moments of joy. One time she wrote about a bird. I heard a beautiful bird singing in the garden this morning. The song was so sweet. It sounded like the little bird you used to chase when you were a small boy. Do you still remember that little bird? You never caught it, but you always tried. I never read these words. At the time, I did not know what they said. I was busy living my own life. I was busy working. I bought a new car. It was faster and more expensive than my old one. I bought a bigger apartment. It had more rooms and a better view of the city. I went on trips to other countries. I saw new places. I thought this would make me happy. I had many friends, or so I thought. They were people who came to my parties. They were people who smiled when I paid for dinner. I dated many girls. They were beautiful and fun, but none of them stayed for long. My life looked perfect from the outside, but inside, I felt a big, empty space. I could not sleep well at night. I would lie in my big, comfortable bed and stare at the ceiling. I could not feel peace. I had everything, but I had nothing. I did not know why I felt this way. One evening, I came home late from work. I was tired. I went to my desk to get a pen. I opened the wrong drawer by mistake. I opened the drawer with her letters. One letter fell out onto the floor. It was an old letter. The envelope was yellow around the edges. It felt fragile in my hand. I picked it up. I looked at her handwriting. I saw my name. I held it in my hand for a long time, maybe 5 minutes. I just stared at it. A part of me wanted to open it. A part of me wanted to read her words. But another part of me was scared. I was scared of the feelings it would bring. So I did not open it. I put the letter back in the drawer. I closed the drawer firmly. I did not know the story of that letter. I did not know that she had written it on a cold winter night. That night she had a fever. Her body was weak. She felt sick and very alone. She had waited by the phone that night. She hoped I would call. She thought, maybe he will call tonight. But I never did. Even though she was sick and lonely, she still wrote to me. And in her letter she wrote, "Don't worry about me, Thomas. I am fine. Just be happy. That is all I want." The world looked at me and thought I was a winner. I was a successful man. But I had already lost something very important. I had lost something I could never get back. I had lost time. And time, it never ever comes back. I did not know it then, but a day was coming. A day when I would want to go back. A day when I would wish to read every single letter. A day when I would give all my money just to hear her voice one more time. But that day had not come yet. And I still did not know. Something was about to happen. Something terrible. Something that would change my life forever. Something that would make me stand in a silent room and ask myself, why? Why didn't I go back? I was not a bad person. I don't think I was. But over the years, the city changed me into someone different. It turned me into a man that even I did not recognize sometimes. The boy I used to be, the boy who sat next to his mother on the old sofa every evening, was gone. That boy used to listen to her soft voice. He loved her simple stories about her own childhood. That boy was now lost. He was lost in the noise of the city, lost in the big crowds of strangers. He no longer had time for a quiet love. He did not have time for a love that waited patiently for years. My life was now surrounded by a different kind of love. It was a fast love. A love that came and went quickly, like clouds passing in the sky. When I first came to New York, I really missed my mother. I missed her with all my heart. My first apartment was very small. I slept on a simple mattress on the floor. I ate plain food like bread and soup. But every day, I remembered her warmth. I remembered her smile. I used to look at her old text messages on my phone. I used to read the first few letters she sent me. But the city moved so fast, pulled me along with it. And slowly, day by day, it took those memories away. It made them fade. As my job got better, I made more money. As my money grew, the number of people around me also grew. The girls I started to meet were very different from the people in my hometown. They were beautiful. They wore expensive clothes. They were rich and full of energy. They talked about their trips to Paris and their new designer bags. But they knew nothing about my old life. They knew nothing about the small house with the rose garden. And they never wanted to know. They were not interested. One of them was named Melissa. One evening we were at a restaurant and I said something about my mother. I mentioned her name. Melissa laughed. She took a small sip of her red wine and said, "You still keep in touch with her?" She looked at me as if I was a strange animal. "That's sweet, I guess," she said. "But you really should grow up, you know?" Another girl I dated was named Kiara. She was even more direct. She once said to me very sharply, "Why would you even think about going back to that small town? It's in the past. You're not that person anymore, Thomas. You are different now." I did not say anything. I just stayed quiet. But a small part of me hurt when she said that. I felt a sharp pain in my chest. I did not defend my mother. I did not stand up for her. I did not explain my past to them. I did not tell them that my mother was the kindest person I knew. I simply stayed quiet. I let the city and the people in it erase my truth. I let them paint a new picture of me. Every time my mother called my phone, I would look at the screen. I would see her name, Mom, and I would just let it ring. I would watch it until it went silent. I never picked up. Every time her letter arrived in my mailbox, I would take it out. I would hold it for a second. Then I would go to my desk and place it in the drawer without opening it. That drawer slowly filled up with her love. It was a graveyard of her words, a museum of her patience. I kept telling myself that I was busy. I kept saying, "I have too much work. I cannot talk now." I told myself that she would understand. I believed that she knew I had a big, important life. But I never once stopped and asked myself the real question. Why was I letting other people control my heart? Why was I letting strangers decide who I should love? Eleanor, my mother, kept writing her letters. Her words were always soft. They were always full of care and worry for me. "I hope you are eating well," she wrote in one letter. In another, she said, "It is getting very cold here now. The winter has come. I hope you are wearing your warm jacket when you go outside." She never once asked the question that was surely in her heart. She never wrote, "Why don't you call me, Thomas?" She never complained. She never told me about her loneliness. Even when her heart was breaking with sadness, she only prayed for me. She prayed for my happiness. She continued her routine. She made my favorite dish every single Sunday. She kept my old room perfectly clean, as if I might arrive at any moment. She talked to her neighbors about me with so much pride in her voice. "My son is working in the big city," she would say with a smile. "He will come to visit soon. I know he will, but I never came. I was lost in my own world." One day, I was in my apartment with Melissa. A letter had fallen from my bag onto the floor. It was in my mother's handwriting. Melissa saw it. She picked it up from the carpet. She held it between her two fingers. "What's this?" she asked. I looked at it and said, "Oh, it's just a letter from my mom." Melissa gave me a small, light smile. It was not a kind smile. Then she dropped the letter back onto the floor. "That's cute," she said. "But you really need to let go of that village life, Thomas. It's holding you back." I did not say a word. I did not argue with her. I just picked up the letter from the floor. I placed it back in the drawer. It was another unopened letter, another lost moment. That night I could not sleep. I lay in bed, and my mind kept thinking about the drawer. The drawer full of letters kept coming back to my mind, again and again. I started to ask myself questions. Why did I feel ashamed of where I came from? What was so wrong about my past? What was so wrong about having a mother who loved me so much? The girls I dated, they never stayed for long. They came into my life, they smiled, they laughed, and then they left. They took my time. They took my energy. They took my attention. But none of them gave me peace. None of them made me feel truly happy. And with each one that left, I felt like I lost a little more of myself. Kiara once said something that stayed with me. She said, "If you ever go back to that town, don't expect me to wait for you." She laughed after she said it, but it did not feel like a joke. Felt like a warning. One evening, I was alone in my apartment. I felt a strong urge. I walked to my desk and I opened the drawer. I looked inside. There were so many letters. I counted them. There were more than 50 letters inside. Some of the envelopes were old and yellow with time. Some of them looked newer. One letter had a small flower drawn on the corner of the envelope. Another one had a tiny heart sticker on the back. It was the kind of sticker a child would use. I picked one of the letters at random. My hand was shaking a little bit. I slowly opened the envelope. I unfolded the paper inside and I started to read. The letter said, "My dear Thomas, I was at the market today and I saw your face in a magazine. You looked so handsome in your suit. The magazine called you a very successful man. I was so proud. I bought the magazine. I cut out the photo of you and I kept it. I put it inside my prayer book. I pray for you every night. I hope you are sleeping well. Love, Mom." I felt something move in my chest, a feeling I had not felt for a long time. I picked up another letter and opened it. "I made your favorite soup today. The whole house smelled of it. But it did not taste good without you here. The kitchen felt too quiet." I read another one. This one was shorter. "I had a dream about you last night. In my dream, you came home. You walked through the door. I hugged you and I cried. I was so happy. Then I woke up, and you were gone. The house was empty again. My eyes filled with tears. I could not stop them. The tears rolled down my face. My hands started to shake. Why had I let this happen? Why did I allow people who barely knew me, people who did not care about me, to pull me away from the one person who loved me more than life itself? The city had promised me everything. I thought it would give me happiness. But it had taken everything that was real. It had taken my time. It had taken my heart. It had taken my direction. I had earned money. I had gone to parties. I had traveled. I had fame. But now it all felt empty. It all felt like nothing. Those girls had left. Their calls had stopped. The excitement of the city was gone. But the letters remained. They were here in my hand. They were full of a silent, patient love. They were full of soft, gentle prayers. They were full of a hope that never died. Even when I ignored her, she kept writing. Even when I forgot about her, she remembered me every single day. That night, I did not go to bed. I sat near the window of my big apartment. I looked at the millions of bright city lights, but for the first time I did not see beauty. I only saw loneliness, and I asked myself questions that I had never dared to ask before. Does she still wait for me? Does she still sit in her chair by the window? Will I ever see her again? What if it's already too late? And then, the hardest question of all, did I become someone my mother wouldn't even recognize? Something had broken inside me that night, but something had also started to wake up. My mother, Eleanor Gray, had a simple life. It was a very simple life. She did not have a lot of money. She did not have a fancy car. When she walked in her house, her old slippers made soft, quiet sounds on the wooden floor. Her hands were tired now. They had worked hard for many years. Her back hurt if she stood for too long, but her heart was still strong. Her heart was very, very strong. It beat with just one hope. It was a simple hope. The hope was that her son would come home. She wanted to see me. That was all. Every morning, she woke up before the sun came up. The sky was still dark. She would go to the living room and open the curtains. She looked outside the window. She saw the same things every day. She saw the same quiet road. She saw the same trees. She saw her garden. She heard the same silence. But still, she looked with hope in her eyes. Maybe today, she thought, maybe today is the day he will come back. She never told anyone about the pain she felt in her chest. It was a quiet pain, a heavy sadness. She did not want people to feel sorry for her. She was a proud woman. She only wanted one thing. She wanted to see her son one more time. She dusted my old room every Sunday. She cleaned every corner. She changed the bed sheet on my bed, even though no one had slept in it for so many years. The sheets were always fresh and clean. My childhood books were still on the bookshelf. My favorite toy car was still on the table. She never moved anything. She kept everything in its place. She wanted me to feel that nothing had changed. She wanted me to know that this was still my home. She wanted me to know that I could always come back. When the neighbors asked about me, she always smiled. She had a gentle, warm smile. She would say, "He's very busy. He has a big, important job in the city. He will come home when he gets some time." Some of the neighbors stopped asking after a few years. They saw the sadness in her eyes. But she never stopped believing. She still believed I would return. She wrote letters to me with her shaking hands. Her fingers did not work as well as before. They were stiff and sometimes they hurt, but she still tried. She used her best handwriting. She wanted the letters to look nice for me. Sometimes her eyes filled with tears while she was writing. A tear would fall on the paper and the ink would run a little. But she did not throw those letters away. She folded them with great care. She would place a small dried flower from her garden or a tiny sticker inside the envelope. She used to do that when I was a little boy and went to summer camp. She did not expect me to write back. She knew I was busy. She told herself I was busy. But she believed that I read her letters. She believed that even if I said nothing, I still thought of her sometimes, maybe late at night before I slept. And so she waited. On rainy days, she sat by her window. She would wrap a warm shawl around her shoulders. She watched the raindrops fall from the roof and make little puddles on the ground. She would close her eyes and imagine me as a little boy. She would remember me running into the house with wet, muddy shoes after playing in the rain. She would smile at that memory. It was a happy memory. She was all alone in the room, but she would smile. On cold winter nights, she made a small fire in the fireplace. The fire made the room warm and cozy. She would make soup. It was always my favorite soup, the one with potatoes and carrots. She would place 2 bowls on the small kitchen table. 1 bowl for herself and an extra bowl just in case. She knew no one would sit in the empty chair, but she did it anyway. Sometimes she would talk to the empty chair. She would say softly, "You used to love this soup so much. Do you remember?" And then she would look at the telephone on the wall. She would look at it just once, just in case it rang. But it never did. Sometimes she felt tired. She felt very, very tired. The tiredness was not just in her body. It was in her heart too. Her hands would drop the spoon sometimes. Her legs would give her a sharp pain. She wanted to lie down and rest, but she kept standing. She kept going. She would say to herself, "Maybe next Sunday he will come. Maybe after the next letter. Maybe next time." She did not cry loudly. She did not shout or complain. Her sadness was a quiet thing. It was a deep silence that only mothers know. It was the kind of silence that hurts more than tears. She kept every photo of me. Photos from my school days. Photos from my college graduation. She even kept the one she found in the magazine. The photo where I looked rich and famous in my expensive suit. She cut that photo out very carefully. She placed it inside her Bible, the book she read every night. She showed it to the neighbor's young child once. She said, "That's my son. Look how smart he is." The child looked at the photo and then asked a simple question, "Where is he now?" My mother paused for a moment. Then she smiled her gentle smile and said, "He is far away, but he is always close to my heart." One night she was in the kitchen. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her chest. The pain was so strong. She had to hold the edge of the table to stop herself from falling. She sat down on a chair. She was breathing heavily. She did not call anyone. She did not call a doctor. She did not go to the hospital. She just sat there in the quiet kitchen. And she whispered my name softly into the empty room. "Thomas." After a while, the pain passed. She stood up again, slowly. She went to her bedroom. She picked up her pen and a piece of paper. She decided to write one more letter to me. She wrote, "My dear Thomas, it is a cold night tonight. I hope you are warm in your home. I dreamed about you again last night. In my dream, you were 5 years old, and I was combing your hair. You had so much hair. I woke up this morning with a smile on my face. Maybe I will see you soon. Love always, Mom." She folded the letter. She kissed the paper softly. Then she placed it in an envelope, ready to be mailed the next day. She went to her bed and turned off the light. She did not know that it would be the last letter she would ever write. But even if she had known, she would still have written it with love. She would still have placed a flower inside. She would still have prayed that her son stayed happy, even if she never saw him again. Because that's what mothers do. They wait, they forgive, and they love, even in the deepest silence. The morning had started like any other morning for me. Felt normal. I woke up in my big apartment. The sun was shining on the city. I dressed in my finest suit. It was a dark blue suit. I wore my gold watch. I stepped into my shiny black car. I felt powerful. I felt like nothing could ever go wrong in my life. The busy streets of New York were buzzing with noise and lights. It was the sound of my life. My schedule for the day was full. My calendar was tight. Today was supposed to be a very important day for my company. We had a big product launch. Everyone at the office expected me to walk in with my usual confidence. They expected me to be the leader, the man with all the answers. But from the moment I entered the office building, things felt different. The air was tense. People looked uneasy. They were whispering in small groups. Their phones were ringing with panic. Then the bad news came. An important investor had pulled out. He took his money away. Then another investor did the same. And then another. By the end of that morning, the company I had built, the company that had made me rich and famous, had started to fall apart. It was like a house made of cards, and someone had pulled out the bottom card. Chaos filled the building. My team was in a panic. They whispered in corners, their faces full of fear. Some employees started to pack their things. They left in silence with small boxes in their hands. Others were crying at their desks. My phone kept buzzing. Every buzz was more bad news. I tried to speak, but my voice failed to come out. I had no answers. I had no energy to fight it. My confidence was gone. By nightfall, the empire that I once ruled was slipping from my hands like sand. Everything I had worked for was disappearing. There were no cameras now. There were no reporters asking me questions. There were no smiles from fake friends. No one was calling me to invite me to parties. There was just silence. A heavy, deafening silence. I went home. I unlocked the door to my big, empty apartment. The lights stayed off. I did not even try to turn them on. I preferred the darkness. The cold silence inside my apartment felt louder than the entire city outside. I sat on the edge of my bed. I was still wearing my expensive suit. I looked down at the floor at the expensive rug. Felt like I was looking at it for hours. My phone, which was once filled with hundreds of messages and calls, was now quiet. It was completely silent. I checked it one time. There was not a single new message. Not a text from the friends who celebrated with me. Not a call from the women who once laughed at my jokes and told me I was handsome. They were all gone. Just like the money. Hours passed. I just sat there in the dark. I did not move. Then, my eyes moved across the room. They moved toward the desk, toward the drawer I had ignored for so many years. I stood up slowly. It felt like I was waking up from a long, heavy dream. My legs felt weak. My hand reached out and touched the old wooden handle of the drawer. My hand was shaking. I opened the drawer, and I saw them. The letters. There were so many of them. They were all written in that soft, familiar handwriting that I knew so well. My mother's handwriting. I pulled one letter out from the stack. I opened it and read it. "My dear Thomas," it said, "I hope you are eating on time. You look a little tired in the photo I saw in the magazine. I pray for you every day. Please don't forget to sleep well. Love, Mom." My chest felt heavy. Felt like a stone was sitting inside my chest. I picked another letter. I opened it. "I made your favorite soup today. I ate it all alone. But I imagined you were sitting in your usual chair across from me." I opened another one. "I had a dream about you again last night. In my dream, you hugged me and said, 'I'm sorry. I told you that you never had to say that. I just wanted to see you smile. That was it.' I couldn't hold it in anymore. I broke down. All the years of silence, all the years of guilt, all the years of pride, it all melted away, turned into tears. Tears that I had held back for far too long. I cried. I did not cry like a grown man. I cried like a small child who had lost his way home. I cried for all the years I thought I was too busy. I cried for all the Sundays she spent alone at the dinner table. I cried for the birthdays I never called. I cried for the love that I had ignored. I cried for the gentle hands that had written all these letters, shaking with age, but still full of hope. I cried until my body felt empty. And somewhere in that moment, in that dark and silent room, something inside me cracked. And something else, something new, started to open. The next morning, the sun came up. I had not slept at all. My eyes were swollen and red. My heart felt tired, but it also felt different. Felt awake. I packed a small bag. I did not pack my expensive suits. I did not pack my ties or my gold watch. I just packed some simple clothes, and I packed the letters. All of them. I did not call for my car. I did not inform anyone where I was going. I just walked out of the apartment building and went to the train station. I bought a ticket to my old town. I sat by the window on the train, just like I used to when I was a young boy going on a trip with my mother. As the train moved, the tall buildings of the city slowly disappeared. Green trees and open fields took their place. The open sky replaced the tall glass towers. I stared out the window, but I did not really see anything. I was holding the stack of letters close to my chest. I was afraid of what I would find when I arrived. I was afraid of what waited for me at home. I reached my old town by the evening. The sun was setting. The town looked smaller than I remembered it. But the air smelled familiar. Smelled like home. My feet felt heavy as I walked through the narrow, quiet lanes. My childhood home stood there at the end of the street. It looked the same. It was quiet, old, and full of memories. I opened the small garden gate. The gate made a familiar squeaking sound. I walked up the path to the front door. I raised my hand, and I knocked. No one answered. I waited for a moment. Then I knocked again, this time a little louder. A soft voice came from behind me. "Are you Thomas?" the voice asked. I turned around. It was Mr. Whitmore, my old neighbor. He was much older now. "Yes," I said. My voice was unsure. The old man looked down at the ground. His face was very sad. "I'm sorry, son," he said gently. "She passed away last week." Time froze. The world stopped moving. I did not say anything. I could not say anything. My lips did not move. My legs felt weak. I thought I was going to fall. Mr. Whitmore put a hand on my shoulder to support me. He said, "She waited for you, Thomas, every single day. She always believed you would come back." I sat down on the stairs of the porch. I just sat there. I did not speak for a long, long time. The sky turned from orange to dark blue. A cold evening breeze touched my face. And still I did not move. I had finally come back. I was home, but I was too late. I was much, much too late. Later, Mr. Whitmore gave me the key. I stepped inside the house. Everything was just like she had left it. There was a cup of tea on the table, cold now. Her slippers were near the door. There was a folded blanket on the couch where she used to sit. Her scent, a faint smell of roses and old books, still filled the air. I walked to my old room. It was perfectly clean. My bed was made with fresh sheets. There was a letter lying on the kitchen counter. It had my name written on it in her beautiful handwriting. I opened it with shaking hands. "My dear Thomas," it read. "If you are reading this, it means you finally came home. Thank you. I never blamed you. I knew life in the city was fast. I just wanted to see you happy. Please don't cry for me. My last wish is very simple. Live your life with love. Help other people. Be gentle and kind. And please smile when you think of me. That is enough for me. Always your mother." I read the letter again, and again, and again. Then I went to her bed. I sat down and placed my hand on her pillow. I whispered into the silence of the empty house, "I'm sorry, Mom. I'm so sorry." But there was no one to answer me now. There was only silence. There was only memory. There was only a broken heart, learning how to break and how to heal all at the same time. Story: The Silent Man and the Forgotten Photograph. The old man was named Victor Hale. He was 63 years old. He lived in a building. The building was a nursing home. It was a quiet place. The nursing home was in a city. The city was Boston. The building was old. It had white walls. The walls were clean. It had big windows. The windows were very big. From the windows you could see the trees and the sky. The sky was often blue. Sometimes the sky was gray. Birds came to the nursing home. They came every morning. They sat on a railing. The railing was outside his room. The birds were small. Some birds were brown. Some birds were gray. They sang a song in the morning. Their song was beautiful. But Victor never looked at the birds. He did not watch them. He did not listen to their song. He just sat in his chair. The chair was brown. It was a comfortable chair. He faced the window. He liked to look out the window. But he did not see the birds. He did not see the trees. He held one photo in his hand. He always held the same photo. It was an old picture. The picture was black and white. It showed a little girl. The girl was on a swing. She was very young. Maybe she was 4 years old. Maybe she was 5 years old. She wore a dress. The dress had flowers on it. The flowers were small. Her face was very happy. She had the biggest smile. Her smile was bright. It was a happy smile. Victor looked at the photo every day. He looked at it in the morning. He looked at it in the afternoon. He looked at it in the evening. He never smiled back at the photo. He did not smile. He never cried either. He did not cry. His eyes just stared. They stared at the photo. They looked like they were waiting. They were waiting for something. Or maybe they were waiting for someone. He was always waiting. Victor did not talk to anyone. He did not speak to the other men in the nursing home. The other men played games. They talked to each other. Victor did not play games with them. He did not talk to them. He did not talk to the nurses. The nurses were kind. They brought him food. They asked him questions. He did not answer. He did not talk to the doctor. The doctor checked his health. Victor was always quiet. He did not watch TV. The TV was in the big room. Many people watched TV. Victor did not watch TV. He just stayed quiet in his room. He was always quiet. That is why everyone in the home called him the Silent Man. It was his name in the nursing home. The Silent Man. No one knew where he came from. No one knew his story. No one knew if he had a family. Did he have a wife? Did he have children? No one knew. He had no visitors. No one came to see him. His room was always empty, except for him. He had no phone calls. The phone in the nursing home never rang for him. He never got any gifts. On birthdays, other people got gifts. On holidays, other people got gifts. Victor never got a gift. Just one time each month, something happened. He received a white envelope. The envelope was always white. There was no stamp on the envelope. There was no name on the envelope. Inside the envelope, there was a short message. The message was just one line. It was always one line. Sometimes the message said, "Do you still remember?" Another time, the message said, "She waited long enough." The nurses saw the letters. They thought it was a mistake. They did not understand. But Victor kept every letter. He had a box. The box was under his bed. He put all the letters inside the box. He never threw them away. He kept them all. Then one Monday morning, something different happened. A new nurse walked into his room. Her name was Sophie Allen. She was young. Maybe she was 33 years old. She had soft eyes. Her eyes were kind. She had a kind voice. Her voice was soft. She wore her hair in a low ponytail. Her hair was brown. She walked slowly. She walked like she was carrying something heavy inside her heart. She looked a little sad. Victor looked at her when she entered his room. He saw her face. It was just one look. It was a quick look. Then his hand began to shake. The hand that held the photo started to shake. It was a small shake, but it was there. Sophie was a kind nurse. She smiled a little. She said, "Good morning, Mr. Hale. I'm your new nurse. My name is Sophie." Her voice was gentle. Victor stared at her. He looked at her eyes. He looked at her face. His lips moved slowly. They moved, but no sound came out at first. Then, for the first time in many years, he spoke. He spoke a full sentence. He said, "You look just like her." His voice was old. His voice was quiet. Sophie was surprised. Her eyes opened wide. She was not expecting him to speak. Everyone said he was the silent man. She did not understand. She asked, "Like who?" She wanted to know. Victor looked down. He looked at the floor. He closed his eyes. He did not want to look at her anymore. He didn't speak again. The silence came back to the room. That evening, Sophie was in the staff room. She sat with the other nurses. She told them what happened. She said, "He talked to me. He said, I look like someone." The other nurses were surprised too. They looked at each other. One nurse laughed softly. She said, "That's strange. He hasn't spoken to anyone for almost 10 years. 10 years is a very long time. 10 years of silence." Sophie felt something strange in her heart. It was a feeling she did not understand. She didn't know why, but those words from Victor stayed with her. The words were in her mind. "You look just like her." She kept thinking about these words. She thought, who was her? Who was the person I look like? She also thought, and why did he stop talking again? Why did he speak only once? Later that night, Sophie finished her work. She walked down the quiet hallway. She walked past his room. The light in his room was still on. She saw Victor. He was in his chair. He was holding the same photo. It was the photo of the girl on the swing. He was looking at it. And suddenly a question came to her mind. It was a strange question. She thought, was that girl me? She did not know why she thought it. It was just a feeling. A small feeling deep inside her. But she felt it. And from that day, her life started to change. And Victor's life started to change too. Was it just a mistake? Was it just a coincidence? Or was there a connection between them? A deep connection from the past? And why did Victor keep that photo so close for all these years? What was the story of the girl on the swing? The story was a mystery. Sophie could not sleep that night. She was in her small room. She lived in a small apartment. She lay in her bed. She was staring at the ceiling. The ceiling was white. The room was dark. The old man's voice was in her head. The voice kept playing in her mind. Again and again. You look just like her. The words were soft, but they felt heavy. They felt strange, but they also felt familiar. It was a very strange feeling. They felt like they belonged to another time. Time long ago. Not just to that moment in the room. She had worked in many nursing homes before. This was her job. She was a good nurse. She had cared for many old people. She had cared for people who forgot their names. They could not remember who they were. She had cared for people who forgot their children. They could not remember their own family. She had cared for people who forgot their lives. Their memories were gone. She had seen eyes full of pain. She had seen hands shaking with fear. She had seen hearts that had stopped believing in good things. But never before had someone spoken to her like that. No one's words had touched her soul. Not like that. Not until now. Not until Victor. The next morning, Sophie went to work. The sun was shining. She walked slowly to his room. She felt a little nervous. She stopped at the door. She looked inside his room. Victor was awake. He was in his chair. He sat near the window again. He was in the same chair in the same place. He had the same photo in his hands. The black and white photo. The photo of the girl on the swing. His fingers moved slowly over the edges of the photo. He moved them very carefully. It was like he was trying to touch a memory from long ago. Sophie knocked on the door. She knocked gently. "Good morning," she said. Her voice was soft. Victor did not speak. He did not say good morning, but he did not look away from her. He looked at her. Sophie walked into the room. She stepped closer to him. "I brought your tea," she said. She had a soft smile on her face. Her smile was kind. She placed the cup of tea on the table. The table was beside him. But she didn't leave the room. She wanted to stay. She sat on the chair near his bed. The chair was for visitors, but Victor had no visitors. Victor's eyes stayed on the window. He looked outside. He said nothing. The room was very quiet. The only sound was the clock on the wall. Tick, tock, tick, tock. After a few minutes, Sophie asked a question. She asked, "Mr. Hale, who is the girl in the picture?" She wanted to know. She had to know. Victor blinked his eyes slowly. His lips moved. Then they stopped. It seemed like he wanted to speak, but he could not. Sophie waited. She was patient. Finally, he whispered. His voice was very low. Her name was Lily. Lily. It was a beautiful name. Sophie's heart jumped. It was the first name he had shared. It was the first piece of the mystery. "Was she your daughter?" she asked. It was a simple question. Victor didn't answer. He did not say yes. He did not say no. He looked down at his hands. His hands shook a little. He took a deep breath. Then he folded the photo carefully. He placed it back into his shirt pocket. The photo was always with him. It was close to his heart. Sophie didn't push him. She did not ask more questions. She knew it was difficult for him. She stood up from the chair. She smiled gently at him. She said, "If you want to talk, I'll listen." She wanted him to know she was there for him. She walked out of the room. But inside her mind, her thoughts were running fast. Very fast. Lily. A little girl on a swing. The name was Lily. Victor's silence. The photo he never put down. And the strange letters he received. The letters with one sentence. It didn't make sense. Nothing made sense. But something inside her said it would soon. She had a feeling that the story would become clear. That evening, Sophie went to the records room. The records room was in the nursing home. It was a small room with many files. She asked the receptionist a question. The receptionist was an older woman with glasses. "Do we have anything on Victor Hale? Any family name? Any emergency contact?" The lady shook her head. She said, "Nothing. He came in alone. He was very quiet. No one visits him. Never did. Sophie nodded her head. She said thank you. She walked away. But she was not done yet. She had to know more. She felt a strong need to understand his story. The next day, she entered Victor's room again. He was asleep. He was in his bed. His breathing was soft and quiet. On his bedside table, she saw a small wooden box. It was the box where he kept the letters. His lock was broken. The lid was slightly open. She could see the white envelopes inside. Sophie hesitated. She stood there for a moment. She didn't want to break his trust. He was a private man, but something pulled her in. A strong feeling. She slowly opened the lid of the box. She was very careful. She did not want to make a sound. Inside were letters. There were many letters. Dozens of them. They were all handwritten. The handwriting was the same in all the letters. Some letters were old. The paper was yellow. They were torn at the edges. Some letters were clean and new. They looked like they were written yesterday. She picked one letter. There was no name on it. There was no date. There was just a single sentence. You don't know me, but I knew your daughter. Sophie froze. She stood completely still. She looked at Victor. He was still asleep. His face was calm. She opened another letter. She always waited for your call. Every birthday, every night, she thought you forgot. Sophie's hands began to shake. Her own hands were shaking now. She picked another letter. Your silence broke her. And yet, she still said your name when she died. Tears came to Sophie's eyes. The tears rolled down her face. She didn't know why she was crying. She didn't know this girl, Lily, but every word felt like it was for her. Every word felt personal. Then, at the bottom of the box, she found something else. It was a small birth certificate. The paper was old. It was faded, but the writing was still clear. She could read the names. Name, Lily Allen. Mother's name, unknown. Father's name, Victor Hale. Sophie felt the ground move under her feet. Allen. That was her last name. That was her mother's last name. But her mother never spoke about her father. Her mother always said he was gone. He was not in their lives. Was it the same Lily? Was this story about her mother? Sophie had to sit down. She sat on the chair. Her breath was heavy. Her hands were cold. She looked at Victor. He was still sleeping peacefully. He did not know what she had found. But inside her, a storm had started. A big storm of feelings and questions. That night, she couldn't hold her feelings. She sat in her room and she cried. She cried for a long time. She was not crying because of pain. She was crying because of confusion. Everything she believed about her past was starting to change. Everything was different now. Her mother had died when she was 17 years old. She had cancer. It was quick. It was quiet. But her mother had left a letter for her. Sophie had never opened the letter. The letter was still in her old suitcase at home, in her apartment. Suddenly, she wanted to read that letter. She had to read it. She needed to know what it said. The next day, Sophie took a day off from the nursing home. She said she was not feeling well. She went to her small apartment. She opened the old suitcase under her bed. At the bottom of the suitcase was the envelope. The envelope was old. It was yellow. It was sealed. On the front, it said, "To my Sophie, open when you feel ready." She had never felt ready. She was scared to open it. But not now. Now she felt ready. She opened the letter. Inside, her mother's handwriting filled the page. You always asked about your father. I never told you the story. Not because I hated him. I never hated him. But because I didn't understand him. He left without a goodbye. He disappeared. I waited for him. I cried for him. I hoped he would come back. But he never came back. Maybe he thought I didn't love him. Maybe he was scared. Or maybe he just gave up. His name was Victor Hale. Sophie dropped the letter. Her hand was shaking so much, she could not hold it. It was real. The story was real. Victor Hale was her grandfather. The girl on the swing, Lily, was her mother. She walked back to the nursing home. She walked in silence. Her legs felt weak. She felt like she could fall. Her heart felt full and empty at the same time. It was a strange mix of feelings. When she reached Victor's room, she stood at the door for a long time. Then she went inside. He looked at her slowly. He looked at her quietly. And then she asked him a question. Her voice was almost broken. She whispered, "Did you love her?" Victor's lips trembled. His eyes filled with tears. He nodded his head once. Just once. Then he said, "More than anyone. But I made a mistake. And I paid for it every day since." Why did Victor leave Lily? What mistake did he make that was so big? And can Sophie forgive him for the years of silence? Can she forgive him before it is too late? The story was not over. It was just beginning. Sophie walked slowly into the nursing home the next day. The sky outside was gray. A chill was in the wind. She held her mother's letter in her hand. She held it close to her chest. Still felt like a dream. It did not feel real. Just yesterday, she was a nurse. She was doing her daily work. She was helping old people. Today, she was different. She was walking into a building where her own family lived. Her own blood. A man she had never met. A man who had been a mystery her whole life. But now she knew the truth. Victor Hale, the silent old man, was her grandfather. And he didn't even know it yet. He did not know who she was. She passed the hallway. In the hallway, patients sat in wheelchairs. They stared at the TV. The TV was loud. Everything around her felt different now. This nursing home was not just a workplace anymore. It was her history. It was her missing piece. The piece of her life that was always gone. She reached Victor's door. She stopped. Her hand trembled a little. She pushed the door open. He was there. He was just like always. He was sitting by the window. The old photograph rested on his lap. The photograph of the little girl on the swing. Her mother, Lily. Sophie took a deep breath. She stepped inside the room. Victor turned his head slowly. He looked at her. His eyes were tired. They were very tired. But something was behind them. Something soft. It was like a memory. A small light in his sad eyes. Sophie sat down beside him. She sat in the visitor's chair. "I read the letter," she said gently. "My mother's letter." Victor didn't answer her. But his hands stopped moving. They became still. "Her name was Lily," Sophie continued. "You knew her. You loved her. Didn't you?" Victor closed his eyes for a moment. He took a slow breath. Then he nodded his head. Just once. A single tear slipped down his cheek. It was a slow tear. Sophie swallowed hard. Her throat felt tight. "She waited for you," she said. "She always said you disappeared. She died. Still waiting for you." Victor's voice was soft. It was almost broken. "I thought she didn't want me. I was told she moved on. That she got married. That I ruined her life." He shook his head slowly. "I believed them. I believed the lies." Sophie's eyes burned with tears. Believed who? She asked. Who told him these lies? Victor looked away from her. He looked at the window. Her brother, he said. He came to me one day. He told me never to come back. He said I wasn't good enough for her. He said she never wanted to see me again. Sophie was shocked. Her uncle, her mother's brother, he was the one. That can't be true, she whispered. My mom, she loved you. Victor stood up slowly from his chair. He walked to the bed. He bent down and pulled the small wooden box from under the bed. It was the same box that held all the letters. He opened the box with shaking hands. He took out a folded piece of paper. This, he said, this is the one I never showed anyone. Sophie took the paper carefully. The letter had no name. It had no date. It had no envelope. It was just plain paper with a message. If you ever find her, tell her I never stopped thinking about her. I didn't leave her. I lost her. I was told she didn't want me. I was told she had moved on. I was told lies. I believed them, and I stayed away. That was my mistake. My biggest mistake. I should have come back. I should have looked for her. I should have known my Lily would never forget me. Sophie's hands trembled as she read the words. She imagined her mother, standing by a window, waiting for a letter that never came, crying on her birthday because she felt alone, smiling at Sophie, her daughter, while hiding her own pain. The past felt heavy now. It was too heavy to carry alone. She wrote to you, Sophie said. She told me once that she wrote letters, but the letters were never answered. Victor sat down on his bed. I never saw them, he said. I swear, not one letter. Sophie stood up. She began to walk around the room. She was pacing. She felt like her chest would burst with sadness and anger. He lied, she whispered to herself. He kept you apart. He told you she moved on, and he hid the letters from her too. Victor nodded his head slowly. He hated me. He thought I was poor. He thought I was a mistake. He thought Lily deserved someone better. She didn't want someone better, Sophie said, her voice stronger now. She wanted you. Victor closed his eyes again. She was pregnant, he whispered. She didn't tell me. I only found out years later. Sophie froze. She was pregnant with her. With Sophie. She was scared, she said. She was alone. And she still gave me everything she had. Victor reached into the wooden box again. This time he pulled out another letter. It was folded carefully. On the front were the words, "To my child, if you ever find him." Sophie opened it slowly. Her mother's writing. He was not perfect, but he was mine. If you ever find him, please listen to his side of the story. Don't hate him before you know him. I made choices too. Some were right, some were not. But I never stopped loving him. And I never stopped hoping you'd meet him one day. Tears fell freely now from Sophie's eyes. She dropped her head into her hands and cried. Why did life do this to us? She whispered. Why so much silence? Why so much pain? Victor took her hand. His own hand was cold and thin, but it felt strong in that moment. Because we all thought we had time, he said. And then we didn't. They sat together in silence. It was not the kind of silence that hurt. It was the kind of silence that held them together like a warm blanket. For the first time in many years, Victor did not feel alone in his room. And Sophie, she did not feel empty anymore. But something still did not feel right in her heart. Why would her uncle lie? Why would he go so far to keep them apart? What did he get from it? And who delivered those mystery letters to Victor every month? The ones with no name. Who was that person? She looked at the small wooden box again. She noticed something she had not seen before. There was a piece of paper stuck to the bottom of the box. She pulled it out. The paper was very old. It was faded. The writing was almost unreadable, but one line was clear. She called me from a train station that night. She was crying. She said she was scared. She asked me to meet her, but I never got there. Sophie looked at Victor. Did she run away? She asked. Victor looked broken. She tried to. The night before, her brother forced her to marry someone else. Sophie gasped. Her whole body went cold. Her mother had tried to run away. She tried to find Victor, but something stopped her, or someone stopped her. And suddenly it was clear. Her mother did not just die of cancer. She died with wounds in her heart that were never healed, because someone made sure those wounds stayed open forever. Who met Lily that night at the train station? Why did she never see Victor again? And who sent those strange letters to Victor's room every month with no name on them? The mystery was deeper than she thought. The next morning came slowly. The sky outside was clear and blue, but Sophie's mind was full of storms. She sat on a bench near the garden of the nursing home. She held the piece of paper she found under Victor's box. The paper that spoke of a train station, spoke of a missed meeting. It spoke of a moment that changed everything for her family. It was more than just a memory now. It was a piece of a puzzle that had stayed broken for so many years. Victor was still asleep in his room, so she sat there on the bench and thought about her mother. Lily. The name was once lost in silence. Now the name was returning in every whisper of the wind. Sophie closed her eyes. She tried to picture her mother, a young girl in a dress, standing at a train station, holding a bag in her hand, crying softly, hoping that someone would come and save her. She never made it back home. She married the man her brother chose for her, and she died with her secrets buried deep inside her heart. When Victor woke up, he saw Sophie. She was waiting by the window in his room. For a moment, he thought he was dreaming, but then she smiled at him, and her smile brought him back to life. She looked like Lily, not just in her face, but in her heart. Something about the way she sat there, the way she waited patiently, it reminded him of everything he had lost so long ago. "Good morning," she said softly. Victor nodded his head. "You stayed," he said. His voice was full of surprise. "I will," she answered. There was silence in the room, but this time the silence felt warm and comfortable. Sophie walked to the shelf. She picked up the photo again. It was the same photo that Victor always held. The photo of the little girl on the swing. Her face in the photo was full of joy. Her hands gripped the ropes of the swing tightly. Behind her in the photo stood a woman. The woman's arms were open, ready to catch her. But the woman's face was not clear. The photo was old and faded. It was blurred by time. "She looks like me," Sophie whispered. "She is you," Victor said quietly. Sophie looked at him with wide eyes. Victor took a deep breath. "Lily took that photo when you were 4 years old," he said. "She never told you where it came from, but she sent me a copy of the photo years later. Kept it. I looked at it every day." Sophie sat down slowly on the chair. "You watched me grow up through this photo," she said. Victor nodded his head. "It was all I had," he said. "I didn't know if I would ever meet you, but I wanted to remember your smile." Sophie's throat felt tight. She could not speak for a moment. "I don't remember that day," she said. "I don't remember the swing." Victor smiled a little. "But I do," he said. He closed his eyes. He began to speak slowly. His voice was soft. It was like someone walking barefoot through old memories. "Lily brought you to that park every Sunday. It was near a lake. The swing was old. It was tied to a big tree. She told me once it was your favorite place. You would laugh so loud that people would stop and smile." He continued. "She wrote it in one of her letters. She said, 'Even if you can't be here with us, I want you to know she laughs like you do.'" Sophie blinked back her tears. She did not want to cry in front of him. Victor opened the wooden box again. This time he pulled out a tiny notebook. The notebook's cover was blue. Its corners were torn and old. "This was hers," he said. "Her diary. I only got it last year. Someone left it at my door." "Who?" Sophie asked. "I don't know," he answered. "There was no name, just the book. I opened it and I found everything." He handed the book to Sophie. She opened it with great care. The pages were filled with soft handwriting. Her mother's words. "I told Sophie that her father died, but the truth is I didn't know where he was. I hoped he would come back. I waited. Every year I hoped. I thought maybe he changed his mind. Maybe he moved on. But a part of me always believed he still loved me. I don't want Sophie to grow up with pain. I want her to feel free. But I also want her to know that silence is not always hate. Sometimes people are just scared. If she ever meets him one day, I hope she asks him everything I couldn't." Sophie stopped reading. Her heart hurt so much. "She never stopped loving you," she whispered. "And I never stopped loving her," Victor said. "But we let time take everything away from us." Sophie stood up and looked outside the window. A small girl was playing on the swing in the garden of the nursing home. For a moment, it felt like life was repeating itself. A little girl laughing under the sun, while the world watched in silence. "She used to say that swing was her escape," Victor said. "She told me it made her feel like she could fly away." Sophie nodded. "She told me the same thing once," she said. Then she looked at him and asked, "Who gave you the diary?" Victor shook his head. "I still don't know, but someone wanted me to have it." Sophie thought for a while. "Could it be my uncle?" Victor looked away. "Maybe," he said. "Maybe guilt brought him back. Or maybe it was someone else. A friend of Lily's. Someone who knew what happened that night." Sophie touched the photo again. The photo of her on the swing. "Did you ever try to come back?" she asked. "I did," Victor said. "Once. I came back 5 years after she got married. I saw her from far away. She was with a child. I thought it was hers and her husband's child. I didn't know it was you." "Why didn't you speak to her?" Sophie asked. Victor sighed a long, sad sigh. "She looked happy, and I was a ghost. I was a part of her past. I thought I would only hurt her more." Sophie sat down again. "You were wrong," she said. "She wasn't happy. She was strong. She smiled for me. But I always felt that something was missing from her life." Victor's voice cracked. "I wish I had come to you," he said. "You still can," she whispered. They held hands again. There was no more fear between them. There was just understanding. Then Victor said, "There's one more thing." He pulled out a sealed envelope from the box. The envelope was thick and heavy. "What's inside?" Sophie asked. Victor looked at her. "Answers," he said. "And maybe the truth about who really kept us apart. Who left the diary at Victor's door? What truth was hidden in the sealed envelope? And would Sophie finally discover who tried to erase her past? The story was getting closer to the end. The final chapter was near. Victor placed the sealed envelope in Sophie's hands. She looked at it for a long time. The paper was old but strong. It had a strange weight, not just in size but in feeling. It was the kind of envelope that had waited for many years to be opened. And now it had found the right hands. There was no name on the front of the envelope. There was just a short sentence. It was written in small, careful letters. If she ever comes, give her this. Sophie held the envelope close to her chest. She looked at Victor. He seemed nervous. He looked like someone standing near the edge of a high cliff. "Are you sure you want me to open it?" she asked softly. Victor nodded his head. "It was meant for you," he said. "Not for me." With slow fingers, Sophie opened the envelope. Inside, there were 2 items. There was a letter folded 3 times. And there was an old photo. The photo was black and white. It showed a young woman. The woman was standing near a train station. Her face was tired but beautiful. She had a bag in her hand. She was looking to the side, as if she was waiting for someone. Behind her stood a man. It was not Victor. Sophie looked closer at the photo. The man was her uncle. He was Lily's brother. He was the one who had always acted like he was protecting her. He was the one who told Sophie that her father had died before she was born. Her hands began to shake again. She opened the letter. The handwriting was in a style she recognized at once. It was her mother's handwriting. "My Sophie, if you are reading this, it means you found him. It means the pain was not all for nothing. I lied to you, my child, not because I wanted to, but because I didn't know how to tell you the truth. Your father did not leave me. He loved me, but your uncle, he hated him. He thought Victor was too poor, too simple, too soft. He wanted to control everything. The night before I was to run away, I called Victor, but my brother reached me first. He followed me to the train station. He told me Victor never showed up, but that was a lie. I found out years later that Victor never got my message. My brother never posted the letters I wrote. He told everyone that Victor had died, and he made me marry someone else. I cried for days. I kept your father's photo hidden in my drawer. I wrote him letters that were never sent. I even tried to find him once, but my brother found out and he stopped me. I lived my whole life missing someone I never truly lost. And now I pray that you forgive me for hiding this from you. You look like him, Sophie. You carry his eyes. You carry his kindness. And I hope someday you carry his peace too. With love always, Mom. Sophie dropped the letter on her lap. Her body did not move. Her lips trembled. It felt like her world had opened and broken at the same time. Victor's hands were folded. His face was pale. "It wasn't your fault," Sophie whispered. Victor shook his head slowly. "It wasn't hers either." Tears rolled down Sophie's cheeks. "He kept you away. My own uncle. All those years." Victor looked down. "He hated me the day I met Lily. I was just a boy with a camera and dreams. He said I wasn't good enough for her." Sophie wiped her tears away with her hand. "You were more than enough," she said. "She loved you till the end." Victor's voice was heavy with sadness. "I loved her every day." They sat together in quiet pain. The letter was between them. It was not just words on a page. It was a whole life that could have been. A life that was stolen from them. Sophie stood up. "He must have known I'd find this one day," she said. Why else leave this letter for you? Victor nodded his head. Maybe he changed near the end of his life. Maybe guilt finally reached him. Sophie looked out the window. The girl on the garden swing was gone. The ropes of the swing now moved gently in the breeze. She never forgot you, she said. Even when everyone told her to forget you. Victor smiled sadly. And I never forgot her. Even when the world told me she was gone. Then Sophie turned to him and said, "Let's visit that train station." Victor looked surprised. "Why?" he asked. "Because that's where everything broke," Sophie said. "And maybe that's where it can begin again." Victor said nothing for a while. Then he nodded his head. "Okay." That weekend, Sophie took Victor in a wheelchair to the old train station. The station was just outside the city. It had changed over the years, but parts of it still looked the same. The benches were the same. The clock on the wall was the same. The platform lights were the same. Victor looked around the station. He pointed to a corner. "That's where she stood," he said. "That's where I waited for her." Sophie followed his finger. She saw the same spot from the photo. The place where her mother had once waited and been stopped from leaving. She closed her eyes. She could feel it now. The fear, the hope, the love that never got to grow. Victor pulled out the photo again. The photo of Lily at the train station. He placed it on the bench. "For her," he whispered. Then he looked at Sophie. "Thank you for coming into my life." Sophie knelt beside his wheelchair. "You were always in my life," she said, "even when I didn't know it." Was the train station really the last stop on their journey? Or was there still one truth hidden in someone else's heart? Could Victor finally find peace? Or was there more to discover about the night that everything changed? Victor was quiet that morning. His face looked peaceful but very tired. Sophie walked into his room. She had been coming to see him every day now. But today felt different. The air in the room felt slower. The light outside seemed softer. Felt like something was ending. She sat beside him and smiled. "Good morning." Victor nodded. His voice was low. "I didn't think I'd still be here." Sophie took his hand. "I'm glad you are." He pointed to the drawer next to his bed. "There's a notebook inside," he said. "I started writing it for you. The day I saw your eyes and knew you were hers." Sophie opened the drawer and pulled the notebook out. It was a small, brown notebook. It was soft to touch. Inside, on the first page, she saw his words. "For the daughter of my Lily. For the grandchild I waited my whole life to meet." Tears filled her eyes as she read the words. Victor said, "It's my story. It's not for the world. It's just for you." Sophie closed the notebook carefully. "I'll read it when I'm ready." Victor smiled a little. "Don't wait too long." They sat quietly together. They did not need many words now. Their silence was full of love and understanding. Then Sophie found another envelope in the box. It was sealed and untouched. On the front it said, "To be opened the day before I die." Her heart jumped. She looked at Victor. He nodded. Sophie opened it slowly. Inside was a letter and a photo. "If Sophie is reading this, then my life is almost over. Thank you for coming into it. You gave me a peace I thought I lost forever. I leave now with no anger, just love. And I hope that you will remember me kindly." Sophie touched the photo. It was her mother in a hospital bed. She was holding a baby. Baby Sophie. Her mother's face was weak, but she was smiling. Victor had kept this photo all these years. "You never showed me this," Sophie said. "I didn't think I deserved to," Victor replied. "But you did," Sophie whispered, and then they just sat together holding hands. They looked out the window as the sun went down. It felt like time had stopped, just for a little while. Would Sophie get one last day with him? Or was this their final goodbye? And what would she do with the truth he has left behind for her? The room felt different that morning. The light came in through the window, soft and slow. It was like the light did not want to disturb anything. Sophie sat beside Victor. She was holding the small notebook and a sealed letter in her lap. The air between them was quiet, but it was full of emotion. She had read the final pages of her mother's diary last night. The words were written for her, Sophie, but each word was filled with the voice of someone who still loved the man sitting beside her. Victor looked at her face. He did not ask any questions. Maybe he was afraid of what the answers might be, or maybe deep down inside he already knew. Sophie did not speak at first either. She opened the letter carefully. The paper was old, but it was untouched. The handwriting was the same soft flow she had seen in the diary. It was her mother's handwriting. She began to read the letter aloud. Her voice was shaking in some places, but it was strong where it needed to be. "My Sophie, if you are reading this, it means you found him. It means my love didn't die in silence. Your father did not leave us. He didn't walk away. He was taken from me. Not by death, but by someone close to us who thought he was doing the right thing. Your uncle burned the letters I wrote. He blocked the phone calls. He told me that Victor moved on, got married, and forgot me. But none of that was true. Victor tried to find me. I later learned the truth, but it was too late." Sophie looked up from the letter. Victor's face had changed. It was quiet, but his eyes were wet with tears. He did not try to hide them. "She never stopped loving you," Sophie said softly. Victor blinked. "I never stopped loving her either." Sophie held his hand. "She forgave you. Even when she didn't know the truth, she believed in you. She believed in your heart." Victor turned his head away for a moment. His body trembled. "I saw her once years later," he said. "She was holding a child. I thought it was someone else's." "It was me," Sophie whispered. "She wanted to run to you, but my uncle stood in the way." Victor sighed deeply. "I wish I had come closer. I wish I had asked her." Sophie touched his arm gently. "She said she sang your favorite song when I was a baby. She kept your picture hidden in her drawer. She never let go." Victor closed his eyes. "She remembered everything." Sophie nodded. "Everything, even your laugh." Victor smiled gently through his tears. "That's all I needed to hear." Then Sophie reached into her bag. She pulled out a small white envelope. "This came yesterday," she said. "No name, no stamp." Victor looked at it with a puzzled expression. "Open it," he said. Sophie did. Inside was a recent photo of her uncle. He was sitting in a chair. He was older now. He was holding the same swing photo that Victor always kept close to him. And there was a letter. She read it slowly. "Sophie, I was wrong. I thought I was saving your mother, but I destroyed her peace. I separated her from the man she loved, and I took your father away from you. I kept the letters. I said things that were not true. I thought I was helping, but I watched her grow sick. She was carrying a pain that I put there. I sent the diary. I placed the notes. I left the picture. I've watched you both from a distance. Please forgive me. I couldn't die without saying this." Sophie folded the paper slowly. She sat in silence, staring at the floor. Victor said nothing. Then he spoke with great softness. He brought us back together after breaking us apart. Yes, Sophie said, and maybe that was his way of asking for peace. Victor looked out the window. Life comes back around, he said, sometimes through pain. They both sat quietly. There were no more letters to read. There were no more secrets to break. There was just time now, short but enough. Sophie stood up. She walked to the swing photo on the shelf. She placed her mother's letter beside it. She never forgot, she whispered. And now neither will we. Was this the last moment they would share together? Or would Victor leave behind something even more personal? A message that was meant only for Sophie's heart. The end of the story was very near now. Sophie knew the end was close. She could feel it in the way Victor breathed. His breath was slow and soft. It was like each breath was trying to stay a little longer. The doctors had said that he might not last the week. But Sophie believed something else. She believed that Victor was waiting. He was waiting for something he had missed all his life. Peace, forgiveness, and someone to say goodbye to. That evening, the sky outside turned orange. The sun looked like it was sinking into the trees. Sophie sat beside Victor's bed. She was reading the last pages of his notebook. Every word felt like a whisper from his heart. The notebook was full of little stories. Stories of how he first met Lily at a bookstore. How they sat on rooftops to watch the stars. How they laughed about nothing at all. It spoke of a young man who had dreams but did not know how to fight for love. And it ended with a line that broke Sophie's heart. If I could go back in time, I would never leave that train station. Victor opened his eyes slowly. You're still here, he whispered. I'm not going anywhere, she replied. I finished the story, he said. You wrote it beautifully, she said. And I'll keep it forever. Victor nodded his head slowly. Tell people that I loved her. Even when I was gone, I loved her. I will, Sophie said, holding his hand gently. And I'll tell them you stayed strong until the end. Victor's lips moved. He said something so soft that she had to lean in close to hear him. She deserved the truth, he said. And now she has it. Sophie closed her eyes. She remembered her mother's voice, her smile, the quiet pain she carried with her every day. And now she felt like she could finally breathe. The truth had come home. The silence was over. Victor turned his head slightly. He looked at the swing photo on the shelf. His eyes filled with light. It was like he could see the past, not as pain, but as something whole and complete. And then, with a slow breath, he closed his eyes. He did not speak again. Sophie did not cry right away. She sat still. She held his hand and let the silence wrap around them like a soft blanket. She knew he was gone, but it did not feel like loss. Felt like release. He had waited so many years for this. Not for death, but for peace. She stayed in the room for hours. She read the last letter again. She placed the notebook beside his photo on the shelf. And she whispered, "You made it. You told the truth. She knows now. And so do I." A few days later, Sophie stood at his grave. The grass was green. The wind was calm. She placed a small swing photo near the flowers. She said, "You were not forgotten. Not by her. Not by me." She walked away with quiet steps. Her steps were not heavy. She was not broken. She was full of love, of memory, and of peace. She carried the notebook home with her. She placed it in a wooden box next to her mother's letters. 2 lives, 2 hearts, 1 truth. She sat by her window that evening. She watched the sky turn gold, and she whispered, "Now it's all complete." The end. Please subscribe to the channel, like the video, and turn on the notification bell so you will not miss the next story. Story: The Voice on the Old Tape. My name is Michael. I am 63 years old. I live in a house. It is a small house. The house is red. It has a small garden. I live in a town called Maple Ridge. Maple Ridge is a very quiet town. I have lived here for a long time. I like this town because it is peaceful. Everyone in the town knows each other. When I walk down the street, I see familiar faces. I say hello to Mr. Henderson. He owns the bakery. He always smiles. I say good morning to Mrs. Gable. She works at the post office. She is very kind. The town is always the same. It does not change. The bakery opens every morning at 6 o'clock. I can smell the fresh bread from my house. It is a warm and happy smell. The postman comes at 10 o'clock. He brings letters and newspapers. He always has a friendly word. Life in Maple Ridge moves very slowly. It is like a very old clock. Ticks slowly and quietly. I like this slow life. I like the peace. I like the quiet. But I have a secret. It is a sad secret. Inside my heart, I feel empty. The feeling is always there. It is a big, empty space inside me. I do not talk about this feeling. I do not show it to anyone. I smile when I see my neighbors. I talk about the weather. I talk about the garden. But I do not talk about my heart. I have a small garden. I have many plants. I water my plants every day. I watch them grow. They have green leaves and beautiful flowers. I also feed the birds. They come to my garden every morning. I put out seeds for them. I like to watch them eat. They sing beautiful songs. I have many old books in my house. I read them every afternoon. The books are my friends. They tell me stories. But no one really knows me. No one knows how empty I feel. My wife, Clara, died 10 years ago. It was a long time ago, but I remember her every day. Clara was a wonderful person. She had very soft eyes. Her eyes were brown and full of kindness. She had a good heart. She was kind to everyone. She loved simple things. She loved drinking tea in the afternoon. She loved listening to music on the old radio. She used to sing when she was in the kitchen. She cooked our meals and she sang. Her voice was beautiful. It was soft and happy. Now the house is always quiet. I miss her songs very much. I miss her voice. I miss her smile. After she died, I learned to be quiet. I learned to live with the silence. My younger brother was named Henry. He died 6 months ago. His death was very sudden. Henry was very different from me. He was not quiet. He was full of life. He was loud and happy. He loved to travel. He visited many countries. He saw many amazing things. He always had stories to tell. His stories were exciting. He made everyone laugh. He had a big laugh. When Henry died, I lost my last family. I have no other family near me. I have no children. I have no cousins. It is just me. I am alone in my small red house. My house is near some big trees. It is a lonely place now. One day, it was a rainy afternoon. The sky was gray. The rain was falling on the roof. The sound of the rain was soft and steady. Tap, tap, tap. I went up to the attic. The attic is the room at the top of the house. It was a place for old things. It was very dusty. There was dust on everything. The air was old and still. There were many old boxes in the attic. They were full of forgotten things. I opened a small window. The cool air came inside. The air smelled fresh because of the rain. I started to clean the attic. I wanted to make the space clean. I moved the old boxes. I wiped the dust from the shelves. I found one box that was special. It had a name on the top. The name was Henry. It was my brother's box. I felt a little sad when I saw his name. I sat down on the wooden floor. The floor was cold. I decided to open the box. I wanted to see what was inside. Inside the box, there were many things that belonged to Henry. I saw some of his old shirts. I picked one up. It was a blue shirt. I remembered when he wore it. There was an old cap. He loved that cap. There was also a notebook. Its pages were yellow with age. There were some postcards too. They were from his travels. He had sent them to our parents a long time ago. I looked at all these things. They made me remember my brother. Then I saw something small. It was at the bottom of the box. It was a small cassette tape. Cassette tapes are very old now. We do not use them anymore. The tape was in a clear plastic case. It had a white label. There was writing on the label. The writing was old. It was soft and fading. It was hard to read. I looked very closely. I read the words. The words were, Isabel, July 1978. I blinked my eyes. I read the name again. Isabel. I had never heard that name before. Henry never talked about a person named Isabel. The date was also very old. July 1978. That was almost 45 years ago. I was a young man then. Henry was even younger. My hands started to shake a little. I did not know why. I felt a strange feeling in my heart. It was a mix of curiosity and nervousness. Who was Isabel? Why did Henry keep this tape for so long? I held the small tape in my hand. It felt important. I walked downstairs. I left the dusty attic. I went to the living room. I needed to listen to the tape. I had to know what was on it. I still had an old cassette player. It was a gift from many years ago. It was in a cupboard. The cupboard was under some old photo albums. I had not used it in a very long time. I opened the cupboard. I found the cassette player. It was covered in dust. I took a soft cloth. I cleaned the dust away very carefully. I plugged it in. I hoped it still worked. I opened the plastic case of the tape. I took the tape out. I placed the tape inside the cassette player. I closed the little door. My heart was beating fast. I took a deep breath. Then I pressed the play button. The tape made a small clicking sound. Then there was a soft hissing noise. It was the sound of an old tape. For a moment, there was only silence. I waited. I thought maybe the tape was empty. But then I heard a voice. It was a woman's voice. "Hi," she said. Her voice was very soft. It was warm. It sounded a little nervous. It was a young voice. "This is Isabel," she said. "I don't know if you'll ever hear this. I don't know if anyone will hear this. But I had to speak. I had to say these words, even if no one listens." I leaned forward. I moved closer to the cassette player. I wanted to hear every word. Her voice was so clear. It was like she was in the room with me. "I met you in the summer," she continued. Her voice was a little stronger now. "You wore a white shirt. You always smiled with your eyes. We talked for many hours. We talked about poems. We talked about dreams. You said love was like the wind. You cannot see it, but you can feel it. And I believed you. I really believed you." I felt my heart beat even faster. The voice was full of feeling. It was full of emotion. I could feel her happiness from all those years ago. But then her voice changed. It became sadder. "You left," Isabel said. Her voice was almost a whisper. "You just left. I don't know why. You did not say goodbye." There was a long pause. I could hear her take a breath. It was a shaky breath. "I waited for you," she said. "I waited at the train station. I thought you would come back. I stood there for a long time. I thought you would remember me. I thought you would remember our promises." I pressed the pause button. The room was silent again. But the silence was different now. It was full of her words. It was full of her sadness. I sat very still. I looked at the old cassette player. The room felt different, felt like time had stopped. I thought about my brother Henry. Who was this woman? Who was Isabel? Why did Henry have this tape? And why did he never tell me about her? Her voice sounded so real. It was not just a voice on a tape. It was the voice of a person with a heart full of love, a heart full of sadness. I pressed the play button again. I needed to hear the rest. "I remember the rain," Isabel's voice said. "It was raining that day. I stood there waiting. My dress was wet from the rain. My eyes were tired. I was so tired. But I waited. I waited for you. Because I loved you." My eyes filled with tears. I did not understand why I was crying. This was not my story. This was not my love. This was not my pain. But her words touched something inside me. They touched a place in my heart that was quiet and empty. They touched something that I had forgotten for a long time. I sat there for a long time. I played the tape again, and again, and again. Each time I listened, I heard more things in her voice. I heard more pain. I heard more beauty. I heard more truth. It was the most honest voice I had ever heard. I went back up to the attic. The rain was still tapping on the roof. I opened Henry's box again. I looked inside it one more time. I thought maybe there was another clue. I moved the old shirts and the cap. I picked up the old notebook. I opened it. Inside Henry's notebook, I found a letter. It was a small piece of paper folded carefully. It was not in an envelope. It was just a note. The writing was Henry's. I knew his handwriting very well. It was addressed to me. Said, "To Michael." The letter was short. There were only a few sentences. It said, "If you find this, listen to her. Listen to Isabel's voice. Follow her voice. There is more to this story. There is much more than I ever said." It was signed with his name, Henry. I held the letter in my hand. I held it close to my heart. My brother wrote this for me. He wanted me to know this story. The rain outside became heavier. The wind pushed against the window. The old house made a creaking sound. But inside me, something was moving. Something was changing. A feeling I had not felt for a very long time. I looked at the tape in my other hand. "Who are you, Isabel?" I whispered to the empty room. "And what did you mean to my brother, Henry?" That night I could not sleep. I lay in my bed. I stared at the dark ceiling. I thought about the voice on the tape. I thought about Isabel's words. I thought about the rain at the train station. And something strange happened to me. I felt alive. After so many years of feeling empty, I felt something new. I felt a purpose. I felt a reason to wake up in the morning. The next morning, I got out of bed. The sun was shining. The rain had stopped. I went to the kitchen. I made a cup of tea. I sat at the kitchen table. The cassette tape was on the table in front of me. I looked at it. It was just a small piece of plastic, but it held a whole life inside it. It held a story. It held a mystery. I picked up my phone. I started to search for old maps. I searched for old names. I searched for old train stations from 1978. I had no idea where to start. I did not know where to go, but I knew I had to try. I had to do this. For Henry, for Isabel, and for myself. I packed a small bag. I did not pack many things. I put the cassette tape in the bag. I put Henry's notebook in the bag too. I took a warm coat because the weather was still cool. I also took a small photo of me and Henry. We were young in the photo. We were smiling. I put on my old brown boots. They were strong and comfortable. I took my umbrella, just in case it rained again. I locked the door of my little red house. I stood outside for a moment. The world smelled fresh after the rain. The sky was gray, but there were patches of blue. The trees were wet and green. I heard birds chirping softly. It was a new day. I walked to the bus stop. The bus stop was at the end of my street. People passed by me. They smiled and said good morning. But I did not see them. I only saw the road ahead. It was a road that could take me nowhere. Or maybe it could take me to a voice, to a woman, to a story. I did not know what I would find. I did not know if I would find anything at all. But I knew one thing for sure. I was no longer sleeping through my life. I was awake now. The bus came. It was a big, blue bus. It made a hissing sound when it stopped. The doors opened. I stepped inside. I found a seat by the window. I sat down and put my small bag on my lap. The bus started to move. It drove away from Maple Ridge. It drove away from my quiet, empty life. And for the first time in 10 years, a real smile came to my face. I sat by the window of the bus. The bus moved slowly. The road was long. I watched the world go by. I saw many trees. They were tall and green. Their leaves moved in the wind. I saw many houses. They were big and small. Some were old and some were new. Old memories passed by in my mind, too. I thought about Clara. I thought about Henry. I thought about our life together. My hands were in my coat pocket. My fingers touched the small cassette tape. I touched it again and again. I wanted to make sure it was still there. I did not want to lose it. It was a small thing, but it was very important. It had a voice inside it. It was a voice that had woken something up inside me. A part of me that was sleeping for a long, long time. The bus was not full. There were a few other people. An old woman sat across from me. She was knitting a blue scarf. Her needles clicked together softly. A young boy sat in the front. He was playing a game on his phone. The driver was a friendly man. He was humming an old song. I did not know the song, but it was a nice tune. It was a quiet bus ride. But inside my heart, it was not quiet. My heart was full of thoughts. I was thinking about my brother, Henry. I was thinking about Isabel. I was thinking about the summer of 1978. What was I doing that year? I could not remember very well. But Henry, he must have been in love. He was in love with a woman named Isabel. And he never told me. I looked out of the window at the passing fields. Who were you, Isabel? I whispered to the glass. And where are you now? The bus trip took a few hours. Finally, we reached a town. The sign said, "Welcome to Willow Creek." This was the town where Henry went to college. He had studied here for 2 years. I thought maybe Isabel was from this town. Or maybe they met here at the college. This was my only clue. It was my only place to start. I stepped off the bus. The air was cold on my face. I pulled my coat tighter. I looked around. The streets were clean and wide. There was a bakery on the corner. It smelled like sweet cakes. There was a small library across the road. An old lady was sitting on a bench. She was feeding birds. The birds were flying all around her. Everything in this town felt slow. Everything felt quiet. It was like the town was waiting for something. I decided to go to the library first. Maybe I could find some information there. I walked across the street. I pushed open the big wooden door of the library. The door made a small creaking sound. Inside, it smelled like old paper and time. The smell of books is a special smell. It is quiet and wise. There were many shelves. The shelves were full of books. The books were old and new. A young woman was sitting behind a big desk. She had glasses and a friendly smile. She looked up when I came in. "Good morning," she said. Her voice was soft. "Good morning," I said back. "I am looking for someone." The woman smiled again. "Aren't we all?" she said in a kind, joking way. I smiled a little too. It was true. We are all looking for someone. "Her name is Isabel," I said. "I think she lived here a long time ago. Maybe in 1978. The woman looked surprised. "That is a very long time ago," she said. "I know," I said. "She was a friend of my brother's." I paused for a moment. It was hard to talk about Henry. "He's gone now," I said quietly. "But I found a tape. It has her voice on it." The woman's face became very kind. She nodded slowly. "That sounds like a beautiful story," she said. I looked down at my hands. "Yes," I said, "and I want to finish it." She stood up. She walked to the back of the library. It was a big room full of old documents. She came back with a very thick book. The book was old and heavy. The cover was dark blue. "Old records," she said. "This book has the names of people who lived here many years ago. Maybe it will help you." I felt a small spark of hope. I sat down at a wooden table. I opened the heavy book. I turned the pages very carefully. The pages were thin and yellow. There were so many names, so many lives. I read page after page. Smith, Jones, Williams. So many common names. But I could not find the name Isabel. Not the right one. I looked for a long time. I checked every page. But her name was not there. I closed the book slowly. My hope faded a little. Maybe she did not live here, I thought. Maybe they just met here for a short time. The woman saw the look on my face. She came over to my table. "Do you know her last name?" she asked. I shook my head. "No," I said. "Just Isabel." She thought for a moment. She looked up at the ceiling, thinking hard. Then she smiled. "I know someone you should meet," she said. "Her name is Margaret. She used to be a music teacher in this town. She has lived here her whole life. She is in her 80s now, but she remembers everyone. She remembers everything." My eyes lit up. A music teacher. Isabel spoke about poems. Maybe she loved music too. "Where can I find her?" I asked. I felt excited again. "She lives near the old church," the librarian said. "In a little white house. The house has blue windows. You cannot miss it." I thanked the kind woman very much. I left the library and started walking. The road was quiet again. The leaves on the trees danced in the wind. They made a soft, rustling sound. I heard the church bell ring. It rang one time. It was a clear, beautiful sound. Then I saw it. A small white house with pretty blue windows. Just like she said. I walked up to the front door. I felt nervous again. My hand was shaking a little as I knocked on the door. I waited for a moment. I heard soft footsteps inside. Then the door opened. An old woman stood there. She wore glasses and a soft blue sweater. Her hair was white like snow. It was tied back neatly. She looked at me with kind, curious eyes. "Can I help you?" she asked. Her voice was gentle. "Are you Margaret?" I asked. "Yes," she said. "My name is Michael," I said. "I am looking for someone. Her name is Isabel. She may have lived here in 1978. When I said the name Isabel, Margaret raised her eyebrows. She looked very surprised. "Isabel," she repeated. "Isabel from the music group?" My heart jumped in my chest. "Maybe," I said. "I don't know for sure." She recorded a tape. It was a message. My brother had the tape. Margaret opened the door wider. "Please come in," she said. I stepped inside her house. I sat on a comfortable old couch. Margaret went to the kitchen and made some tea. The room was cozy and warm. It was full of pictures on the walls. There were also many old music books on the shelves. It was a happy room. Margaret came back with 2 cups of tea. We sat in silence for a moment, sipping the hot tea. "I remember her," Margaret said finally. "I remember Isabel very well." She had a soft smile on her face as she remembered. She had a soft voice. She played the piano beautifully. She always carried a small notebook with her. She wrote poems in her notebook. "Yes," I said, my voice full of emotion. "That sounds like her. Do you know where she is now?" I asked. Margaret's smile faded. She looked down at her teacup. "No," she said sadly. "She left one day. It was very sudden. It was after someone broke her heart. I never saw her again after that day." I felt a sad feeling inside me. "That someone?" I asked. "Was it my brother? Was it Henry?" Margaret looked up at me. Her eyes were full of sympathy. "Your brother?" she asked. "Yes," I said. She nodded slowly. "He was here for some time. They spent many afternoons together, right here in this room. They would talk about music and poetry for hours. I thought they were going to get married. They seemed so happy." I held my teacup tightly. My hands were cold. "She waited at the train station for him," I said. "In the rain." Margaret's eyes grew soft and sad. "Yes," she said. "She came to my house that day. She was crying so much. Her dress was all wet from the rain. She said he did not come. He never came. She never said anything more about it. She was too heartbroken to talk." I took the small cassette tape out of my coat pocket. "This is her voice," I said. I showed it to Margaret. She touched the tape gently with her old fingers. "She was a very special girl," Margaret said. "She loved very deeply. She had a big heart." I had one more question. It was the most important question. "Do you know her last name?" I asked. Margaret looked at me and smiled a little. "Yes," she said. "Of course I do. Her name was Isabel Green." I sat very still. I let the name sink in. Isabel Green. She had a full name. She was real. I had something now. I had a real piece of the puzzle. It was a name for the voice. A face without a picture, but a voice with a name. Margaret smiled again, a warm and encouraging smile. "There is an old boarding house across town," she said. "She stayed there for the 2 years she was here. Maybe someone there remembers her. Maybe they know where she went." I stood up from the couch. I felt a new energy. "Thank you, Margaret," I said. "Thank you so much. You have helped me more than you know." Margaret walked me to the door. She put her hand on my arm. "Find her, Michael," she said. "She waited for a long time once. Maybe, in her heart, she is still waiting." I walked out of the White House with a name in my heart. Isabel Green. The name felt like a song. I repeated it to myself as I walked. Isabel Green. Isabel Green. Each step I took felt more real. Each step felt more important. She was not just a sad voice on an old tape anymore. She had a name. She was a person who had lived in this town. Person who had loved my brother. It was still morning. The sky was clear now. The gray clouds had moved away. The sun was shining. The air was still cold, but it felt fresh and clean. I took out my phone. I looked at the map of the town. I followed the map to find the old boarding house. Margaret told me that Isabel had lived there for many years. The boarding house was near a railway line. It was a tall building. It was painted gray. The windows were old and green. The front door was made of dark wood. It looked like a place with many stories. I knocked on the wooden door. I heard footsteps. A middle-aged woman opened the door. She had her hair tied back. She wore a long brown sweater. "Yes?" she asked. "Good morning," I said. "I am looking for someone. She used to live here a very long time ago. Her name was Isabel Green. Maybe around 1978. The woman looked at me for a moment. She seemed confused. "I was not here then," she said. "I am the new owner." But wait. She disappeared inside the house. I stood on the doorstep waiting. A train passed by on the tracks behind the house. The sound was soft. It was not a loud noise. It was almost as if the town did not want to disturb its own peace. The woman came back. An older man was with her. He had white hair. He walked with a small limp. "I remember Isabel," the old man said. His voice was quiet and raspy. "She stayed in room number 3. A very nice young woman. She came here after her mother passed away. She was always very quiet, very kind. She loved music. I remember she was always writing in her little notebook. I felt a deep connection at that moment. The notebook. Margaret mentioned the notebook too. "Do you know where she went?" I asked. "After she left this house?" The old man nodded slowly. "She worked at a cafe for some time," he said. "The Lighthouse Cafe. It is by the river, near the hill. Many people in town loved her. She used to read her poems on Sunday evenings at the cafe. She had a beautiful voice for reading." He paused, thinking. "Then she stopped coming. One day she just left town. Nobody knew where she went." I thanked the old man and the woman. I started walking again. The name of the cafe stayed in my mind. The Lighthouse Cafe. It sounded like a hopeful place. I walked to the edge of the town. A small road went down toward the river. Tall trees stood on the side of the road. Their leaves moved gently in the breeze. Birds were flying high above the river. The water of the river sparkled under the morning sun. And then I saw it. The cafe. It looked like a small wooden cottage. It was painted white and blue. There was a sign on the front. The paint was faded. It said, "The Lighthouse Cafe. Established 1955. I walked inside. A little bell rang above the door. The sound was cheerful. Inside, the cafe was warm. It smelled of coffee and fresh bread. The smell made me feel comfortable. The walls were decorated with old black and white photos. The tables were made of simple wood. A few people were sitting at the tables. They were sipping tea and talking quietly. A woman in her 50s was standing behind the counter. She had a kind face. "Welcome," she said. "What can I get for you?" I smiled gently. "A coffee, please," I said. "And maybe some help if it is possible." She poured a cup of coffee. The coffee smelled wonderful. She placed the cup on the counter in front of me. "I am looking for someone," I said. I took a sip of the coffee. It was hot and strong. Her name was Isabel Green. She worked here a very long time ago. The woman paused. She stopped cleaning the counter. Her face changed. She looked at me for a long time. I knew Isabel, she said softly. Her voice was full of memory. She was my friend. We worked here together when we were both young. I leaned forward on the counter. I felt like I was getting closer. Can you tell me about her? I asked. The woman nodded. She was beautiful, she said. Not just her face, but her heart. She was a beautiful person inside. She wrote poems all the time. Sometimes she sang for the customers. Her voice could make people cry. It was so full of feeling. She sighed a little, but she was sad. You could see it in her eyes. It was a deep sadness. It was like something was missing from her life. I looked down at my coffee cup. My brother, I said quietly. His name was Henry. I think he was the one who broke her heart. The woman sighed again. She never told us his name, she said. She never told us what really happened. But one day she stopped writing her poems. She stopped singing her songs. And then, not long after that, she left. She just disappeared. The woman looked at me again. She left a letter with me, she said. She told me to give it to someone if he ever came looking for her. I never read it. It was not for me. I have kept it all these years. My heart started to beat very fast. It was beating like a drum. Do you still have it? I asked. My voice was a whisper. She walked to a drawer behind the counter. She opened it slowly. She pulled out a small envelope. The envelope was yellow and soft with age. She handed it to me. My fingers shook as I took it. The name on the envelope was written in beautiful, clear handwriting. It said, to Henry, if you ever care to know. I stared at the envelope for a long time. He never saw this, I whispered. He never told me anything. I opened the letter very carefully. The paper was fragile. I unfolded it. The letter was short. The ink was a little faded, but I could still read it. It said, Henry, I waited. I stood in the rain. I thought you loved me, but maybe I was wrong. I wanted to believe in our poems. I wanted to believe in our long talks, but you never came. I want you to know that I forgive you. I just wish I understood why. Don't worry about me. I will find my own way, and maybe someday I will sing again. Goodbye, Isabel. Tears filled my eyes. They rolled down my cheeks. I did not try to stop them. Everyone in the little cafe had turned silent. They were watching me. The woman behind the counter stood very still. I am so sorry, she said softly. I should have tried to find him. I should have done more. It is okay, I whispered. It is not your fault. Thank you. This letter, it means more than I can say. I left the cafe. I held the letter in my hand. I walked to the riverbank. I stood by the slowly moving water. The water moved just like my heart. It moved slowly, full of deep feelings. Something had changed inside me. A big piece of the puzzle was clear now, but there was still one question. Where was Isabel now? I needed to find her. I needed to give her Henry's side of the story. I walked to the edge of the riverbank. I sat on a wooden bench. I looked at the trees. I looked at the sky. I looked at the water. I remembered her voice on the tape. I remembered her words in the letter. I remembered her pain, and I knew with all my heart that I had to keep going. My journey was not over yet. I held Isabel's letter close to my chest. I walked away from the lighthouse cafe. The sky had turned a beautiful golden color. The sun was getting ready to set. The wind felt softer now. It was a gentle wind. Felt like it too had read Isabel's sad words. I sat by the river for a long time. I watched the water flow. It was the same river that Isabel may have watched all those years ago. It was the same river that might have carried her tears, her songs, and her final goodbye to my brother. I had never met Isabel Green, but I felt very close to her. It felt like her voice and her words had opened a door in my heart. It was a door that had been locked and closed for many, many years. I took out the small notebook that I had brought with me. I began to write. I did not write much. I just wrote down my thoughts. I wrote, "I do not know your face, Isabel, but I know your voice. I know your pain. And now I want to know if you have found peace." I needed more answers. I needed answers not just about Isabel, but about Henry, too. Why did he run away? Why did he keep her letters a secret? Then I remembered something important. Henry's old apartment. After Henry died, I had not gone there. A kind neighbor had packed some of his things for me. The apartment was still there, locked up. Maybe there was something left behind. Maybe there was something Isabel had written. Or maybe there was something Henry had written and never shared. The next morning, I took a train to the city. The ride was long. I watched the countryside fly past the window. I saw farms and small towns. People got on the train and people got off the train. But I stayed still. My thoughts were very loud in my head. I reached the city in the afternoon. The city was so different from Willow Creek. The streets were full of cars and buses. There were so many people walking on the sidewalks. The city was noisy. Henry's apartment was on the third floor of a small, old building. The paint on the building was peeling. The stairs inside were noisy. They creaked with every step. I still had the key to his apartment. I put the key in the lock and opened the door. The room smelled like dust and old memories. I walked inside slowly. Everything was just as Henry had left it. A jacket was hanging on the back of a chair. An old clock on the wall was still ticking. There were books on a small table. Felt strange. It felt like Henry could walk into the room at any second. I sat on his old sofa. I looked around the quiet room. Where should I begin to look? I started by opening the drawers in his desk. They were full of papers, bills, and pens. I did not find anything important. Then I saw an old wooden box under his bed. It was a small, simple box. It was locked with a tiny key. I looked around and found the key on his nightstand. I opened the box. Inside, there were letters. There were dozens and dozens of letters. They were all from Isabel. My hands were shaking as I picked up the first one. I opened it carefully. The letter said, "Dear Henry, you said you would come." I stood at the station. My hands were so cold. My heart was beating too fast. But you never came. Still, I want you to know that I forgive you. And I still believe in the good times we had. I read letter after letter. Isabel had written to him every week for a long time. She had shared her heart, her hopes, and her deep sadness. Some letters had beautiful poems inside. Some letters had simple, short lines. One said, "Do you remember the rain? I walked under it today, thinking of your voice. I felt tears falling down my face. I was not crying for Isabel. I was not even crying for Henry. I was crying for love itself. I was crying for how love can stay alive in a letter, in a voice, even in silence." I spent the whole evening in that apartment, just reading. Each letter pulled me deeper into Isabel's world. Her words were like soft music. They were true and brave. In one of the last letters, I found something new. She wrote, "You told me about your brother, Michael. You said he sounded kind. You said he always protected you. Maybe someday he will hear my voice. Maybe he will understand the things we never said to each other." I stopped reading. I held the letter in my hand. She knew my name. Henry had told her about me. I closed the box gently. I looked around the room again. For the first time in many years, I felt like I truly knew my brother Henry. He had loved someone very deeply, but he had also run away from that love. I took all the letters with me. I put them carefully in my bag. I left the apartment and walked through the city streets. The stars were coming out in the night sky. The night was calm and quiet now. I found a small guest house and I checked in for the night. In my quiet room, I placed all of Isabel's letters on the bed. I wanted to keep reading them, but I was very tired. I needed to rest. Before I turned off the light, I whispered into the darkness. "I will find her," I said. "I do not know how, but I will." The night passed very slowly. I could not sleep well. I turned from one side of the bed to the other. The letters were still on the table next to me. Isabel's words were in my heart. They did not let me rest. When the morning came, I sat by the window. It was a cloudy day. The sky looked heavy. It looked like it might rain again. I made a cup of tea and I read one of her letters again. Then I read another one. Each line spoke of love. Each line spoke of waiting. Each line spoke of pain. And yet, there was no anger in her words. There was only sadness and only truth. I took out my notebook again. I began to write. I wrote, "You wrote these letters to Henry, but it feels like you also spoke to me. I do not know what I can give you, Isabel, but I want to find you. I want to hear you speak again. Not on an old tape, but in real life." I packed my bag. I made sure the letters were safe in a folder. I checked out of the guest house. I went back to the Lighthouse Cafe in Willow Creek. I needed to speak to the woman there one more time. The woman smiled when she saw me come in. "You are back again," she said. "Yes," I said. "I needed to ask you something else. Do you have any idea where Isabel went after she left the cafe?" The woman thought for a moment. She looked up, trying to remember. "I think," she said slowly, "I think she went to a place called Summerwood. It is a quiet town, not too far from here. I remember she said she wanted peace. She wanted a place with many trees and no loud noises." I felt a new hope rise inside me. Summerwood. Another clue. Another step on my journey. "Thank you," I said to her. "Thank you, truly." I took a bus to Summerwood that same afternoon. It was a small, green town. The streets were lined with tall trees. Birds were flying from one branch to another, singing their songs. The air in Summerwood smelled like flowers and wet leaves. I felt a sense of calm the moment I stepped off the bus. This place felt peaceful. It felt like a place where Isabel might live. I walked to a small cafe and I showed the shopkeeper a picture of Isabel's old letter, with her handwriting. "Do you know this woman?" I asked. "Her name is Isabel Green." The man looked at the letter. He looked at the beautiful handwriting. "Yes," he said. "I have seen her. She comes here sometimes to buy tea. She lives in a small cottage near the woods. She does not speak much. She is very quiet." My heart started to beat faster and faster. "Do you know where the cottage is?" I asked him. The man pointed down the street. "Follow the path behind the library," he said. "Walk until the road ends. Her house is the last one on the path." I followed his directions. I walked down the path. The trees stood tall on both sides of me. The wind whispered softly through their leaves. As I walked, the sky became darker. Small drops of rain began to fall, just like in Isabel's story, just like at the train station. I walked slowly. I wanted to run, but my legs felt heavy. My heart was loud in my ears. My breath was short. Finally, at the end of the path, I saw a small wooden house. There were flowers growing by the door. I saw a soft, warm light glowing from a window. I stepped closer. I stood in front of the door. I took a deep breath. Then I knocked gently. I waited. There was no answer. I knocked again, a little louder this time. Then I heard a sound inside. The door opened. A woman stood there. Her hair was gray with a few dark strands still in it. Her face had fine lines from age, but her eyes were soft and kind. Her eyes looked familiar somehow. I took a deep breath. I said her name. Isabel Green? She looked at me. Her eyes searched my face. Yes, she said softly. Her voice was just like the voice on the tape, but older, quieter. My name is Michael, I said. I am Henry's brother. There was a long silence. Isabel stepped back a little. She opened the door wider. Please, she said. Come in. I walked into her small house. It smelled of tea and old books. There were shelves full of notebooks. A small piano stood in the corner. I sat on a comfortable chair. Isabel poured me a cup of tea. Why are you here, Michael? She asked. I placed the old cassette tape on the table between us. Then I placed her letters on the table. And finally, I placed the letter she had left at the cafe for Henry. I found these after Henry died, I said. I listened to your voice. I read your words. They touched something deep inside me. I wanted to find you. Isabel looked at the letters for a long time. Her eyes became wet with tears. I did not know he kept them, she said. I thought he did not care. I shook my head. He cared, I said. He cared very much. He was just scared. He did not know how to show it. She nodded slowly. I was scared too, she said. But I waited. And then, after a long time, I let go. The rain was falling outside. The sound of the rain filled the silence between us. You once wrote about me in a letter, I said. You said that maybe I would hear your voice one day. Isabel smiled a soft, small smile. Henry told me you always protected him, she said. He said you were very kind. I looked into her soft eyes. Would you read something for me? I asked. One of your poems. She walked to a shelf. She picked up a notebook. She turned a few pages. Then she began to read. Her voice was quiet, but clear and beautiful. The rain was soft, but my heart was loud. I waited for love to turn around. I thought it would come with a face I knew, but it came as silence, soft and true. I closed my eyes as I listened. I felt every word. The words were not just sounds. They were feelings. When she finished, I opened my eyes again. You still have your voice, I said. And it is still beautiful. Isabel smiled. We sat in silence. We were two people, shaped by time, connected by old words and a forgotten song. The rain outside kept falling. But this time, no one was waiting alone in the rain. Please subscribe to our channel and like the video to support us in creating more heart-touching stories like this one.